to start it.
You said you wanted to start it?
Yeah. Stop. Zed.
Hey, okay.
Hey! You hardly can pick up a cow. No. Okay, fine.
Hey, be careful.
No, do be careful.
Okay. What up? We're back with a brand new episode of You Have a Collect Call From, and today we're going to be at Maricopa Court.
No, my name is John with Summer.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
And today we're going to play Hangman. Well, let's wait for more people can come. First, I'm going to take a lotto. Be right.
Your pet what?
Axolotl.
¿Axolotl?
Yeah.
¿Qué es eso? What's
This
that?
is an axolotl. This is a pet about they put in water, they swim. But let me put his clothes on. Mate.
You gonna put his clothes on? Okay. All right. So I got my sidekick today. She's been wanting to get on for some time now. So here we are. I don't feel good. I don't feel 100% right now. I'm a bit under the weather, but here we are, right? So let's see what we get into. Let me turn on my camera over here. All right, don't see much on here anymore. Or am I tripping? Nah, I haven't been on. I have not been on. I've been having other things going on, so I haven't had that free time to jump on. And to be honest with you, I wasn't gonna get on today, but my daughter, right now when I got up, she was like, "Hey, let's get on." She was like, "Let's get on TT and YT." I was like, "All right, then cool." I don't know what I got going on with me right now, but it's not too bueno, if you will. I'm not sure if you could hear it if you could hear my voice. Yeah, no problem. Been watching you on you. Yeah, I'm still running the YouTube. We've been feeling neglected. It be like that sometimes. My apologies. I know some of you guys got some of that. You guys got abandonment issues and whatnot, but nah, it's not like that. Just life. Life sometimes gets in your way, and here we are, everyone watching the protests in LA. What? I'm a bit in the dark. I just got up not too long ago. You care to fill me in on the protest? Does it have to do with yellow, if you will, not the color, but those little cubes. All right. So court hasn't started up yet. It should be starting up in the next 4 minutes or so. Everyone watching the protest. That's right. How is everybody doing today? Hopefully you guys are doing good. And yeah, as you guys see back there, we got that unmute button. So here we are. We got 0. Hey, what up? No face. Hola. Any good cases for those of you that have been watching on YT? Have you guys seen anything that that you guys would consider interesting or nah? I know, hey man, it's a trip today. What's already 1:57 and Dade County is still going on. We love the mute box ash from Ryan. What's going on with mute? Why do they have such a long docket, if you will? And from the looks of it, it doesn't look like it's gonna be finishing anytime soon. Drea loves the mute box. All right, here we go. We got my sidekick coming through right now.
Hey, it's my job.
We got a cameo appearance by the cow. The mad cow, if you will.
Don't hang up. I just got to come right here. Stop.
No lo jales, mama. No lo jales. You could drop it.
Look, and this is his jacket I made out of the sun.
What up, Becca? Tuesday in Maricopa, they had 4, what?
No. It's my collect call, John Simmer, and I collect call James.
Who's the real collect call, James?
Me.
All right.
No, I'm a real collect call James.
So we've been hijacked. No lo toques, mama, because if you touch it, you could disconnect it.
Oh.
So if you're gonna talk, just put your mic right here.
Okay.
All right. Hopefully you guys can hear us. Hey, what up, Taurus? How's it going?
No.
We got the little cow today.
No. Don't talk any long.
We got the special appearance from the little cow. James, you see what's going down in Los Angeles? It's sad. No, I haven't. Somebody just mentioned it. So where are you guys checking it out? Are people streaming it on YT, TT? Where is it? Or in the news? If you guys don't mind sharing. TT Live. Okay. All right. Let me jump on one of my other on here. Okay. Let me see here. Let me see what's. Let me see what I could find. Tony chasing troubles too. Okay. Let me check it out. Tony. Chasing.
You keep on talking.
The girl was crying so bad because they took her father. Damn.
Guys, you want to play Hangman? Put yes.
Yeah.
You want to play Hangman?
Richard Noticias.
Yes.
Yeah, Taras Buso, yes. Taras said yes.
Yeah,
I do. I play Hangman with my daughter all the time.
Let me go.
Mira, Chad quiere jugar Hangman.
Okay, come on. How to do that?
Okay, well, draw your things. Draw your letters.
Okay. No, they need to guess my word. Don't draw the letters.
All right. I think I found somebody that's in LA that's streaming. Is this like by the Callejones? I see some tags in LA. Oh, this is LA. Yeah, this is definitely LA. Yep. Damn, that's bananas. You don't know how to do it, James. She has to think of a word. Hey, what up, Siren? How's it going? Hey, what up, Chrissy? How's it going? Welcome. Hey, what's up, Rosa? Damn, that's bananas. You know what? Like, it's a trip, if you really think about it, because, the people that are picking up, a lot of the individuals they're picking up, Simona, I'm a bit under the weather. Let me see. Hey, James, hope you're feeling better. Hey, thank you, Shelby. Thank you. So if you really think about it, the people that they're targeting are people that are working. I would understand. I think it would be more justifiable if they were picking up people that were incarcerated and they were on their way out and they committed some heinous crimes, if you will. But if they're targeting people that are going to school, people that are in the doctor's offices, they're going to their immigration hearings, they're going to they're working, they're just doing their day-to-day lives, and they haven't been convicted of anything serious, then I feel that's wrong. That's just my point of view on it. I know everybody has different points of views. And let me see. Cara, hey, what's up? How's it going? Not my problem. They shouldn't have entered illegally. Yeah, sometimes, some of these people didn't have a choice. They came in as kids and...
Stop talking. I said I wanted to go live.
Yeah, we are live. We're live.
I said I wanted...
Yeah, and you know what? And it's not your problem right now, but it will be your problem when produce and food and your goods stop making it to the shelves. Then it's going to be your problem.
I'm done.
And then that's when you're going to realize how these individuals actually help us
Guess
out.
the word now.
Okay, what word? Oh, bless her. All right, so right now we're just waiting. I'm in the UK.
No, stop. Talking.
What talking?
No talking.
Hey, what up, Debbie?
Why he's naked?
No sé. I don't know. All right, so right now we're just waiting for court to start. Let me see. Not all are coming illegally, and some people that don't have a choice, yeah. Let me see.
Guess the word I said, please.
Okay, we'll put it up so they could. So somebody wants right now we're waiting. My daughter wants you guys to guess a word. It's a 3-letter word. Hey, James, beautiful. Hey, thank you. Hey, what's up, Raven? How's it going? James, this person is really it'd be like that something. What's the favorite color? Look, E. Does it have an E? A?
No.
No.
Oh, yes. O.
O?
Wait.
Nobody put an O.
Yes, it did. Look, somebody put the O. Look.
Somebody put ice. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. G, C. Is it a cow?
Yes.
A cow? What?
Cow.
Sweet.
No, cat. Cow. Okay.
I couldn't resist.
All of you lost except for somebody put cow.
Moo, Puso Raven.
Look at his head too big.
Yeah, it is too big. Good job, Puso. So true. Dog, let me see. Just ignore them. They want attention and you're giving it to them, right, Shelby? Hey, thank you. Yeehaw. Thank you, No Face. Highly appreciate that.
Let me check what I'm going to spell.
What are you going to spell? Okay, we'll be waiting for you.
Okay.
Cheen Gators. Hey, what's up, Carson? How's it going? Hey, thank you, No Face, for that mustache. I love it. I love it. Hopefully everybody's doing good. And let me see here. Hey, what up, Bingo's mom? How's it going? Let me see. I just saw you over here. Hey, how's it going? Let me see. It's me catching a day court hearing, and what a sweet daughter. All right.
6. It's going to be 6.
What?
Okay.
So they haven't started court yet. We're just waiting for them to start it up. And my daughter, she's gonna be the. No, espérate, hold on. You're messing it up. Don't write right there. Okay, ya empezaron. Get something else to write on. Go get a little table. Oh, right here, look.
All right, there's no problem while we're here. Get up while she doesn't have to. All right, sure. Yeah.
All right. It's a little bit.
Guys, guess the word.
I need one room from Jason. Hold on a second.
Hold on, guys. I need to do something real quick.
All right, it looks like court's about to start up right now.
Okay. They're marked.
Guess the word.
Got it.
Okay, somebody Christine puso E.
All right, Ms.
I'm
Fernandez,
curious.
can you hear me okay?
Yes, the interpreter can hear you, Your Honor. Can you hear the interpreter?
I can. I'm going to go ahead and do our initial advisement here, and we'll go ahead and call in our interpreter matters.
Put it on D, E, D, and
All right,
C.
good afternoon. I'm Commissioner Procco. This is the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar for June 6, 2025.
Buenas tardes, soy la juez comisionada. Este es el calendario de comparecencia inicial de las 2 de la tarde del 6 de junio del 2025.
The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA that were given on the first calendar of this month will apply to all matters on this calendar.
If you will.
La orden que dio el juez de la toma de huellas dactilares y de la muestra de ADN que
Maricopa
se
County,
emitió el
Arizona.
primer día o calendario del mes aplicará a todas las causas.
When you hear your name today, please step up to the podium that's here in the center of the courtroom.
Cuando escuchen su nombre, por favor pasen al podio que está ubicado en el centro de la sala.
At the end of your hearing
What up,
today,
Daphne?
you will be provided with paperwork, and that is going to cover your court
You see my
dates
comment,
as
James?
well as all
Try
of your
it
release
sometime if you're
conditions.
tired. Okay, I'll try it.
Al final de la audiencia, ustedes recibirán una hoja donde tiene toda la información de las próximas audiencias y también de las medidas cautelares.
Please do keep in mind that you do have the right to remain silent. Everything you say in the courtroom is being recorded, both audio and video, and could be used in a future court proceeding.
Still guess the
Por favor, tengan en mente que ustedes tienen el derecho a no declarar. Todo lo que se diga aquí en esta sala se graba con audio y con video, y lo que digan se podría utilizar en cualquier audiencia judicial en el futuro.
We're going to begin today with Jose Beltran Valdez. Sir, if you could step in the courtroom.
All right, let's see who's coming up next. Let's see what this winner's coming up.
Vamos a empezar con el señor José Beltrán Valdés. Por favor, pase al podio al centro.
What do you guys think this winner did right here? What is he in jail for? Huh? Let me hit some switches here. There we go.
How do you do that? How do you go down?
Hey, I have a question.
Vamos a empezar con el señor José Beltrán Valdés. Por favor, pase al podio al frente.
Rugs? What up, Amanda?
Do we have Mr. Beltran?
The processes are getting wild. What?
Yes, we have Mr. Beltran. Oh, he's coming slowly.
Not done yet.
Mr. Beltran, come into the courtroom.
We're not done
Señor
yet.
Beltrán, pase a la sala.
How many more letters do we need? LA Wild, man.
Behind the podium.
Párese detrás del podio.
This guy.
State your full name and date of birth.
Diga su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento.
José Antonio Beltrán Valdés.
José Antonio Beltrán Valdés. Diga.
28 de junio de 1973.
June 28, 1973, assisted by Ofelia Fernandez, court interpreter.
All right, so you are here for a warrant that was issued out of the Encanto Justice Court.
Usted está aquí por una orden de arresto que se emitió en el Tribunal de Encanto.
That court has set an arraignment hearing for you on June 26th at 1:30 p.m. The address for the court will be provided in your paperwork.
Show them the paper. Show them the paper.
Se le programó una vista incoatoria el 26 de junio a la 1:30 p.m. Esa información estará en la documentación que se le entregue.
This is a post-adjudication warrant and the only warrant issued in this matter, so you are being released at this time to appear at that next court date. Your release is on your own recognizance.
Entonces, a usted aquí está nada más presente por esta orden de detención que se dio en esta adjudicación. Se le va a dejar a usted en libertad para que acuda a su próxima audiencia. Se le deje en libertad bajo caución juratoria.
Do you have any questions regarding that?
¿Tiene usted alguna pregunta en relación a eso?
No.
No. Por favor, pase a la izquierda.
Stitch. Lily
All right,
and
so we've
Stitch,
got Hector Aboites Saucedo.
Oh, just
up next.
Stitch. Okay, sorry.
Ahora seguirá Héctor Aboites Saucedo.
She wants to do another round, guys.
Sir, your full name and date of birth?
Buenas tardes.
Señor, por favor, diga su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento.
Héctor Aboites Saucedo. 48 desde...
Hold up, my...
Better.
Okay, there we go.
All right, thank you. You are here for a new case out of the Maricopa County Superior Court. It is for one count of unlawful flight, which is a Class 5 felony.
Muchas gracias. Usted está aquí por un caso nuevo del Tribunal Superior en el Condado de Maricopa. La acusación es huida ilícita de las fuerzas del orden público, que es un delito de categoría 5.
The Maricopa County Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you in this matter, and you currently have 2 court dates that are set. These will be at the Superior Court located in downtown
¿Pero
Seattle.
qué dice?
Okay.
Entonces, usted ya se le nombró un abogado de la Defensoría de Oficio, ya tiene audiencias que se le programaron. Esas audiencias se van a llevar a cabo en el Tribunal Superior en las instalaciones del centro.
Those dates are going to be a status conference June 20 and a preliminary hearing June 24th, both at 8:30 a.m.
Esas próximas audiencias son una consulta de actualización el 20 de junio y una audiencia preliminar el 24 de junio. Ambas audiencias serán a las 8:30 de la mañana.
You are being released in this matter today. However, it is going to be subject to the supervision of pretrial services.
A usted se le deja en libertad, pero estará bajo la supervisión de la Agencia del Control de Procesados.
Sí, gracias.
You will be receiving
Yes, thank you.
additional information.
Una pregunta.
Stop.
¿No?
Espérese.
You will be receiving additional information regarding pretrial services in your paperwork. It will have their instructions and their contact information because you have to stay checked in with them.
Usted recibirá información adicional, se le proporcionará la información donde puede contactar a la Agencia del Control de Procesados. Tendrá instrucciones y esa información usted debe de mantenerse en contacto con ellos.
Brittany? H.
Now, do you have any questions regarding any of that information?
Oh, es que yo tengo cáncer.
Stop.
Espérese, señor. Ahora, necesito saber si usted tiene alguna pregunta relacionada con la información que le proporcioné.
Sí.
Yes.
Es que yo tengo cáncer y el día del 23 me están poniendo un tratamiento, me están poniendo quimio.
He's saying he's
Y
getting
por eso yo
chemo.
no quería que me detuvieran los policías para porque me acaban de poner quimio el miércoles.
He just got chemo a few days ago.
It's just I have cancer, and on the 23rd, I have treatment. I'm getting chemotherapy,
Okay,
so that's why I didn't want the police officers to detain me because I had just received chemo.
You do have the right to remain silent. I would recommend not speaking about your offense here in the courtroom. You can talk to your attorney about anything you have regarding your defense.
Señor, usted tiene el derecho a no declarar, así que yo le recomiendo que usted no hable aquí en lo relacionado al acto ilícito. Usted puede hablar con su abogado y decirle todo lo que tenga que decirle en lo relacionado a su defensa.
Please step over to your left and you can go ahead and have a seat at this time.
Por favor, pase a la izquierda para que pueda tomar asiento.
Hey, you know what? Look.
Okay, thank you.
If I had cancer, I would definitely not be committing crimes. You better believe that.
If you want to just double check to see if there's anyone else that we missed.
Especially if
Happy to do so, Your Honor. ¿Hay alguien más en la sala que necesite la ayuda de un intérprete de español? Levante la mano, por favor.
She's precious. Hey, thank you, crazy mama. Hey, thank you for that daily heart. Highly
appreciate it. All right, thank you so much for your assistance today. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
All right, we have Kelly Pacheco.
We got Kelly.
And then Markel Randall will be up after that. Guys, there's no talking.
No talking.
Hello.
Ma'am, please state your full name and date of birth.
Kelly Anna Pacheco, August 22nd, 1984.
All right, thank you. So you've got 3 separate cases here today that we need to review. I'm going ahead and start with your open matters. So these are both for bench warrants that were issued, and that's for a failure to appear in these 2 Superior Court matters. So I believe one's your probation, maybe one's an open felony. But in each of those matters, we now have a status conference set June 12th at 8:30 a.m. Those are still going to be at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix.
Okay.
In each matter, the bond and the warrant's been affirmed. Those each have a $500 secured appearance bond.
Okay.
Now, you do have a third matter here. This is going to be for the new case you just came in on. So
Okay.
this is a new charge in Superior Court. The counts that were submitted is 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs. That's a Class 4 felony. 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony. So in that matter, you also have the legal defender appointed to represent you. Your court dates are going to be a status conference June 12th at 8:30, like your other dates, with an evidentiary hearing June 13 at 1:30 and a preliminary hearing June 16 at 8:30. Because you were on felony release in one of those other matters that we just went over, Arizona law requires that you be held without bond here today since probable cause was found on the new charge.
Okay.
So that's why we set that evidentiary hearing June 13. That's the court date we're required to set here today in order to allow the court to review that release condition, so the non-bailable status.
Okay.
All right, if they were to continue to hold you at that point without bond, they would have to make some additional legal findings.
Hey, thank you,
Okay.
1430.
Do you have any questions regarding any of these 3 matters?
So I'm going to jail until
Yeah,
till
so
June 13th of the release. Is that what you're saying?
you are going to be held in custody at this time without bond on that new charge.
Okay.
You'll know within the next, I guess it's really 3 days now since you're going to have to wait till Monday, or you have to wait till next week. But you'll know that by that time whether or not they've filed the charges, okay? Because
Hey, thank you.
if charges get filed, then yeah, you're going to be held in custody at least until those next court dates. That's when you're going to go in front of the next judge,
Okay.
okay?
Okay.
All right, any other questions
What up,
regarding
Brian?
that?
No, that's it.
All right, if you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and pick up that paperwork that's over there.
Next.
All right, so we've got Markel, Randall, and then Mahogany. Gaines will be up next.
Hey, so I know some of you guys are fixated on this mute button right
All
here.
right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
I can't get rid of it.
You should be going at the end. Mr. Randall,
How you doing?
can you state your full name and your date of birth?
Markel Randall, 6188.
All right, sir, you are here for 2 separate matters today. The first one is going to be a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of unlawful flight, a Class 5 felony. Those are the 2 counts I was able to find probable cause on. There is an additional count for possession of drug paraphernalia, which no probable cause was found. In this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed, and you do have
What up,
court
Dad?
dates set These will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. That's going to be a status conference June 12th at 8:30, evidentiary hearing June 13 at 1:30, and a preliminary hearing June 16 at 8:30.
Thank you, Slowpoke.
Again, we'll all be downtown. The address will be included in your paperwork.
What up,
so
Kristen?
this matter, I do show you are currently on felony release in another case. It's actually not on the calendar, but I imagine you're going to get seen on it pretty soon since there's a warrant out on it. So that's your 2023 matter. But because you're on felony release in that case at the time this new offense allegedly occurred and probable cause was found here, you are required to be held without bond for the new charge. Okay, and again, that's why we set those evidentiary hearings in order to allow the court to review it.
What up, Blossom?
Now, the only other matter I have on the calendar now is your probation matter. So that other case that's open, like I said, you're probably going to have to come in again for that since there's a warrant out. But I do have the warrant that was out for probation, which was for a failure to appear in that case. So now you have a status conference June 12th at 8:30.
That is true, Eddie.
The bond in that matter is a $5,000 cash-only appearance bond. All right, so you'll get this information here in a moment, but if you have any questions about anything I've gone over. All right, so if you want to go and step over, you can go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. All right, we have Mahogany Gaines, and then...
What up, Midden?
Akeem Workman up after that. Hi, Ms. Gaines, if you could state your full name and date of birth.
Thank you.
Yes, Mahogany Gaines, 1/4/1997.
All right, thank you. So you do have 3 separate cases here today. So I'm going to go ahead and start with the warrant matters that I have here. So it looks like we have... Let me make sure I'm looking at the right ones for you here.
Hey, Jessica, thank you. Dude did a whole see walk
I think you might have the same thing where you had one warrant and one probation, or one open case, one probation.
Yeah, the failure to appear in the probation violation, I was aware.
So you have those 2 separate cases on the calendar for the warrants that were issued for them, for the failure to appear warrant. So in each of those matters, you now have an arraignment hearing on June 13 at 8:30 a.m. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. So the bond in each of those warrants has been affirmed. That first one's like a $30,000 cash-only appearance bond. The probation matter was that $10 bond, which is basically just put in place to make sure they know you're in custody in that matter as well. Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to be in custody.
All right. So your next case that we have, that's the new matter you just came in on. That's going to be for the new charge of trafficking, a Class 2 felony, 1 count of organized retail theft, which is a Class 4 felony. So in that case, you also have an attorney appointed to represent you. And in that matter, there's a status conference June 12th at 8:30, evidentiary hearing June 13 at 1:30, and preliminary hearing June 16 at 8:30.
Okay.
So in that matter, since that's the new matter that just came in while you were on felony release in that other case, you are required to be held non-bailable in that matter. And I know you already have that.
Yeah, I already know.
Anyway. But in this case, that is why we set the evidentiary hearing June 13 in order to allow the court to review that, to make a determination as to whether or not you should be held non-bailable after that date.
That's fine.
Okay. Any questions regarding those?
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Have a good day.
Hey, well, yeah, you get 3 meals a day. You got somewhere to sleep.
Workman and
somewhere to shower.
Will be up next.
What more can you ask for?
Let's start play Hangman.
Spizzle James, she's so precious. Oh, yeah, Cinderella.
Why you always talk about that?
All right, sir, your full name and date of birth.
Akeem Workman, 8/10/93.
Yeah,
all right, thank you. You are here for a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging 1 count of burglary in the 2nd degree, which is a Class 3 felony, and 1 count of criminal damage, which is a Class 6 felony. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. We do have a status conference set on June 12th with a preliminary hearing June 16th, both at 8:30. And that'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In this matter, based on the nature of the offense, the allegations that are here before the court, you do have a bond in this matter. That's a $50,000 cash-only appearance bond. Now, if you do post bond in our release, it would be subject to the supervision of pretrial services. You'd also have electronic monitoring added as part of those release conditions. And that is because you're going to be ordered here not to return to the scene of the offense, not to have any contact at all with any victim, complainant, or witness in the case, okay? Any questions regarding that?
I'm sorry, am I not getting released?
You have a bond that you would have to post in order to be released. So you have that $50,000 bond. If you're able to post that, you'd be released. If you're unable to post it, then you would remain in custody until that next court date. You'd be transported to see the judge on June 12th.
I'm not trying to argue anything. It was my girlfriend at the time, so I don't understand why it's so expensive. I'm not trying to argue, but...
You can certainly speak with your attorney about any concerns you have regarding that. But based on the allegations submitted to the court, I do find that you did represent a danger to the victims and could still represent a danger given the actions that you are alleged to have committed. So at this point, you do have a bond in this case. You can certainly speak with your attorney about anything or any concerns you have regarding that, and they can address any further release conditions from there on out.
Okay, so talk to attorney and
I'm
then
not done
obviously
playing
try to
super
find
hard.
a release. Because even if
You can speak with your attorney to see if the court's willing to make a change to your release conditions. That would be the next judge's determination. I'm
Okay.
only seeing you for your initial appearance.
Okay.
Okay?
Cool. Thank you.
All right, if you want to step over, you want to pick up that paperwork there. All right, so we have Kimberly Cueto, and then Jessica Banton will be up next.
Hey, oh, you got boogers. Yucky. Look, everybody, she has boogers coming out of her nose. I'm going to have to play that back in slow motion. Ay. She looks like she's cold. Not the mocos.
All right, ma'am, your full name and date of birth?
Kimberly Cortez Cueto, July 28, 1996.
All right, thank you. So you are here for 1, 2, 3.
Hey, what up, Mississippi Capricorn?
6 separate cases here today.
Damn, 6?
So we'll go ahead and start with your probation matters that we have here. It looks like we've got 4 of those. So in each probation case, you are here today because a warrant was issued for a petition to revoke filed alleging a violation of terms 3, 4, and 5 of your probation terms. The public defender has been appointed in each of those matters. Revocation arraignment hearing is set June 13 at 8:30, and that'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. The bond in each of those warrants has been affirmed. The first one is $250, the second is $500, the third is $50, and the fourth is $250. These are all secured appearance bonds. Now, your next matter that we have here is going to be the new case that you have that you were just brought in on. So these will be new charges in Superior Court. That's 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs for sale, Class 2 felony, 1 count of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony,
Oh, she's
1
down.
count of
She's doing
carrying a
bad.
weapon during the commission of a felony, that's also a Class 6 felony. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you in that case. You do have a status conference set June 12th, preliminary hearing June 16th, both at
do you guys need a
8:30.
hint?
In that matter, given the
Let me see.
nature of the charge we have here, as well as the fact that you were on
you
absconder
guys are
status
losing.
from your probation for the length of time that you were, you do have a bond that is $15,000, and that is a secured appearance bond. If you do post bond in our release, you're also going to be ordered to contact probation within 72 hours and not have any contact with any complainant, witness, or co-defendant if there is any. Your next matter we have here is a Justice Court warrant. This is out of the El Centro Justice Court. So in that matter, an arraignment hearing has been set on June 11 at 8:30 a.m. at the El Centro Justice Court. In that case, you do have a $50 secured appearance bond. I just reduced that down to a placeholder bond since it's a post-adjudication bond issued out of that court. I'm putting that in there so that they know you're in custody in that case too if you don't post those other bonds.
What up, Dwayne?
Do you have any questions regarding any of these matters that we have here? All right, so you will receive paperwork. You'll get a pile since they're going to give you individual ones for each case. But if you want to go ahead and have a seat at this time, we'll get that out to you shortly. All right, we do have Jessica Bandon and then April Bresnan up after that.
Hey, thank you, Brittany. Highly appreciate that. You? No, you.
Hi, ma'am, your full name, date of birth?
Jessica Bandine, January 27, 2006.
We got an I.
All right,
All right,
thank you,
Billy,
ma'am.
you
You're
got
here for 3 separate cases today. I'll go and start with the new matter you just came
Okay.
in for. And this is going to be a new case in Superior Court. The charge submitted is 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, which is a Class 6 felony. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed here to represent you. You have a status conference set June 12th with a preliminary hearing June 16th, both at 8:30. In that matter, because you do have 2 other matters here that are going to have bonds, you do have a $50 secured appearance bond in this case. Your next case that we have is going to be your other Superior Court case. That'll be your probation violation warrant that was issued. That's for a petition to revoke that was filed back in February, alleging a violation of terms 3 and 5. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed there. You do have a revocation arraignment hearing set on June 13 at 8:30. And in that matter, the bond in the warrant's been affirmed, which is a $1,000 secured appearance bond. Your third and final matter is a warrant that was issued out of the Tullison Municipal Court. So in that case, you have an arraignment hearing now set out at that court on June 16 at 8:30. And in that matter, the bond in the warrant's been affirmed. That is a $500 secured appearance bond. Since I did set a bond in that matter, I did also appoint counsel for that purpose as required by Rule 6.1. You have any questions regarding any of these 3 cases that I've just reviewed here?
No.
All right, if you want to go and
Do I have to, I'm being held here.
So you do have bonds that you would have to post. If you're unable to post the bonds, then you would be held in custody. Correct.
Okay. Until after those dates?
At least till those next court dates, you'll find out what's going to happen at that point.
What's the word?
With the court, with the matters. All right, so we have April Bresnan and then Kimani Green will be up after that.
I think you're going to put Pipa.
No. Beep, beep.
Hi, ma'am. Your full name and date of birth?
April Bresnan, July 13th, 1990.
That's not how you spell
So
pee-pee.
you've got 3 separate cases here today. The first one is going to be a new case out of Superior Court. This is alleging 2 counts of criminal trespass in the first degree. Those are both Class 6 felonies. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set June 12th, preliminary hearing June 16, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Based on the fact that you're still on probation in 2 matters, as well as the fact that you've already got a conviction for the same offense, you do have a bond in this matter. That's a $1,500 secured appearance bond. If you do post bond and are released, you're also going to be ordered not to have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You are not to return to the scene of the offense, and you cannot have contact with your co-defendant in this matter. Your next 2 cases are those probation cases. So each of those are here today for a Term 1 violation. So in those matters, the public defender has been appointed as well. You have a revocation arraignment hearing set June 13 at 8:30, and in that matter, or in each matter, there's a $500 secured appearance bond. So I believe that's $2,500 total for all 3. If you do post bond and are released from custody, you do still need to notify probation within 72 hours. Do you have any questions regarding that?
So, I know I was planning on going to rehab literally the day after I got arrested. Like I was supposed to be in rehab today, my probation officer, and I already had it set up.
She's laughing.
I'll speak with your attorney about that, but at this point, you've got bonds that you'd have to post in order to be released. All right, if you want to go and step over, you can go ahead and have a seat at this time. We've got Kimani Green, and then Travis Ruttinger will be up next.
She's out of control. She does not have a filter. She does not.
Yeah. No, you need to wait.
She might get her access, her live access revoked after this one.
Because you
Make
have
sure
to
the live host gets paid.
Is that Mr. Green just inside? All right, step up. Are you Mr. Green?
No, he's going to be a house call. That's the one we had.
Oh, that's the house call? Okay, Mr. Ruttinger? All right, go ahead and step in.
All right, next. Let's see who's coming up next. Let's see what this Mr. Bender did right here.
All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Travis Robert Redinger.
Or Redinger.
Your date of birth?
June 15th, 1990.
All right, so you're here for a new case out of Superior Court. You do have the same charges as your co-defendant here. That's 2 counts of criminal trespass in the first degree, both Class 6 felonies. So in this matter, the Legal Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set on June 12th with a preliminary hearing June 16, both at 8:30. And in this matter, based on a review of your history and the nature of the offense you're here for, you do have a bond. That's going to be a $1,500 secured appearance bond. So you do have the same bond amount. If you do post bond and are released, you do have the same terms as well, that you are not to return to the scene of the offense or have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, witness, or co-defendant. Do you have any questions regarding that?
So I'm not being released today?
You do have a bond that you would have to post prior to release. So if you're unable to post bond, then you would remain in custody at this time and be transported to your next court date that you have. All right, any other questions regarding it?
So if I only have cash, how do I pay it? I have to have someone else pay it?
You can have someone else pay it. You'll have access to phones in the back, so you can find out about that.
I just got off parole. This is my first charge. I thought I was going to be released on my own. Like, that's what I was told.
No, you're not being released today without a bond.
And why is that?
I'll go into your history and go over the reason.
Yeah,
First of all, you're charged with 2
parole.
counts of criminal trespass involving 2 separate victims now, including one that was an occupied structure. You have 2 prior failures to appear listed and 6 total felony convictions, including prison terms. So at this point, you do have a bond in this case.
Okay.
All right?
I did
go ahead and
parole,
step
though.
over. You can go ahead and pick up your paperwork and have a seat.
All right.
We have Thomas Stocks up next, and after that, Rachel Boyer.
Nicole, I can't see the podium. Hey, what up? What up, Whiskey? How's it going?
Go and state your full name and date of birth.
Thomas Stocks. Thomas Arthur Stocks, 11-5-70.
All right, thank you, sir. So you're here for a new case out of Superior Court. It is alleging 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs and 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs. Those are both Class 4 felonies. And then you also have 2 counts of possession of a forged instrument and 2 counts of forgery of written instrument, which are very close in nature. Those are all Class 4 felonies. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a status conference set on June 12th and a preliminary hearing June 16th, both at 8:30. In this matter, I've done a $1,500 secured appearance bond. It does look like you have a DOC hold in any event. So as long as that DOC holds in place, you'll remain in custody either way, okay?
Okay.
All right, do you have any questions regarding this matter?
No.
All right, do you want to step over, sir? You can go ahead and have a seat. Thank you.
What else,
All right, we have
Smoggy?
Rachel Boyer,
Happy
and
Friday.
then Jorge Padilla will be up next.
T.
Yes, T. Okay. Raven got it. Right. What about an R?
Yes, R.
Yes, R.
All right, ma'am, your full name and date of birth? Ms. Boyer, your full name and date of birth?
Rachel Boyer, 21486.
You're out of control.
All right, you are here for 3 separate cases today. The first 2 that I have here are going to be your probation matters, each of which are here today because a warrant was issued for a petition to revoke filed
Raven,
last August, alleging a violation of terms 3 and 5 of your probation terms. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You do have a revocation arraignment hearing set on June 13 at 8:30 a.m. That'll be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. The bond in each warrant has been affirmed. The first one is a $250 secured appearance bond. The next is a $50 secured appearance bond. And in all of these matters, if you do post bond and are released from custody, you are still on supervised probation, so you do still have to contact probation within 72 hours and otherwise abide by the terms you are provided. Now, you also have the new matter you were just brought in on. So this is going to be a new case in Superior Court. The charges submitted are 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, Class 4 felony, 1 count of obstruction, a Class 2 misdemeanor, 1 count of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, which is a Class 3 misdemeanor. In that matter, the public defender has been appointed as well. Your court dates are a status conference June 12th, preliminary hearing June 16th.
I think she's getting intoxicated with...
In that matter, I just did another placeholder bond in the amount of $50 since you already had those probation holds in place. So you'll get all of that information in your paperwork. Would you have any questions regarding any of it?
No.
All right. If you want to go ahead and step over, go ahead and have a seat at this time. Mr. Padilla is going to be up next. After that, Christopher Reed.
Brittany puso, I like her more.
Did you see? I told you.
Hi, Mr. Padilla. Going to state your full name and date of birth.
1890, George Padilla.
Did you say your full name? If you did, it was too quiet.
George Antonio Padilla.
Okay, thank you. So you are here for 4 separate cases today, all 4 of which are going to be probation matters. They're here because a warrant was issued in each of your probation cases for a petition to revoke filed alleging a violation of terms 3, 4, and 5. So the public defender has been appointed. You have a revocation arraignment hearing June 13 at 8:30. And in each of those matters, the bond and the warrant's been affirmed. The first one is a $250 secured appearance bond. The next 3 are each $500 secured appearance bonds. So again, if you do post bond and are released, you do need to contact probation. In your case, since you're on IPS for that level of supervision, it's within 24 hours rather than the standard 72. So we'll get you that information here in a moment as well. But do you have any questions regarding it?
When's my next court?
Your next court date's on June 13th.
Okay.
Okay, and it'll be in your paperwork.
Okay.
Okay. All right. If you want to go ahead and step over, you can go ahead and have a seat. We've got Christopher Reed and then Yesenia Cesares will be up next.
There you go, Padilla.
You're ugly. You're ugly. You're ugly, ugly, ugly. Ugly, ugly, ugly. James is saying ugly to you.
Mr. Reed, give me just one moment here.
I
might have entered something in incorrectly in your case, and I want to make sure it's right.
JP Court, to an available officer or supervisor, can somebody...
She's going to be a live streamer.
All right. Tracy, I'm going to have to redo this one. I'll sign it here in a second.
Look, everybody, he's bald. And I have hair, and he's bald.
All right, Mr. Reed, thank you for being so patient. I apologize. It's good for you what I just did, but I did have to make a change here. So go ahead and state your full name and date of birth.
Christopher Michael Reed, 63074.
All right, so sir, you are here for a probation violation warrant that was issued. This is for a petition to revoke that was filed alleging a violation of terms 3, 4, and 5 of your probation term. So the public defender's been appointed. You have a revocation arraignment hearing set on June 13 at 8:30. And in this matter, because you just had such a nominal bond on your warrant, and because I don't show you have any other reinstatements in this matter, and it is a 6 open case, I am going to release you to appear at that next court date on your own. You are being released, but you are still subject to the supervision of your probation officer.
Okay.
So within 72 hours, you do need to notify probation and otherwise comply. Because the failure to do so could result in a supplemental petition to revoke.
Okay.
Do you have any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, you've got to reprint out your paperwork.
Well.
Okay? Okay. So go ahead and have a seat. We'll get you that reprinted paperwork here in a moment, okay?
Okay,
Be careful.
thank you.
We've reprinted his paperwork over here.
I'm going to have to start doing these streams when she's sleeping.
Yesenia?
No, I'm going to
Cesaris? After that, it'll be Caleb Jones. Reed got reprinted. Mr. Reed was reprinted. Hi, man. Your full name and date of birth?
Yesenia Cáceres.
Everybody, look, don't peg me. I'm going to
I apologize, I mispronounced your last
whole
name.
body, his
You are here for a new
eyebrows,
case
his
out of
mouth,
Superior Court.
and
This
his
is
nose.
alleging 1 count of organized retail theft, which is a Class 5 felony.
Eyebrows for
I'm
you
sorry,
to
Class
look
4
ugly.
felony. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You have a status conference set on June 12th at 8:30 a.m. The preliminary hearing June 16 at 8:30 a.m. Those are going to be at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. Based on a review of your history, which does include a number of prior failures to appear, as well as the prior convictions you have, including shoplifting that you already have, you do have a bond in this matter. That's a $500 secured appearance
They're
bond.
laughing at me.
If you post bond and are
laughing at
released from
me.
custody, your release
Okay,
conditions include the terms that you cannot go back to that location, no contact with any alleged complainant or witness. Do you have any questions regarding any of that information?
Am I gonna stay in custody?
So you have a $500 bond that you would have to post in order to be released. If you're able to post bond, you would be released from custody. You just need to make sure you appear at that next court date. If you're unable to post bond, then you would remain in custody at least till that next court date. That's when you would be transported to your next court date in front of the next judge you have.
Okay, and what is the next court? I'm
Your
sorry.
next court date is going to be the status conference June 12th.
June 12th?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, if you want to go and step over,
Thank
go ahead and
you.
have a seat at this time. Thank you, ma'am. All right, we have Caleb Jones and then Dwayne.
My wife is telling me that I'm getting a
Will be
taste
up
of my
next.
own medicine. This is what I get. Because she says in real life, this is how I be acting. So I'm getting a taste of my own medicine now.
All right, sir, your full name and date of birth?
Caleb Jones, 12/25/05.
All right, thank you. So you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. It is alleging 1 count of burglary in the 3rd degree Class 4 felony, 1 count of criminal damage, a Class 5 felony. In your matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed to represent you. Your court dates at this time are going to be a status conference set on June 20, preliminary hearing June 24, both at 8:30. Those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. Based on your lack of any other
up, Tracy?
history, I am going to be releasing you today, but you are going to be subject to the supervision of pretrial services. So before you go, you're going to get some additional paperwork on that. I think they give you an envelope still that has that information in it. It has their instructions as well as their contact information because you do have to stay checked in with them while on release.
Yes, ma'am.
You're also going to be ordered here not to return to the scene of the offense. You cannot have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness in this matter.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions regarding that?
One pre-trial, is that basically going to be like probation in
It
a
is
sense?
similar, yeah, it is similar to probation. It's actually
And I won't
through
have to
the
pay nothing?
probation office, so it's actually conducted by them. But you're not on probation because you haven't been convicted of anything, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's considered a pretrial supervision.
Yes, ma'am. And like to get out today, I don't have to pay anything?
You do not have a bond that you have to pay, so assuming this is your only hold, you would be released without having to post anything.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? All right. You want to step over and pick up that paperwork? We've got Mr. Rajos, and then Julian Montano will be up after that.
James, eyebrows, and she said yes. And he's going to be...
All right, sir, your full name and date of birth?
Dwayne Lee Rhodes Jr., 7/8/1982.
All right, so you're here for a new case out of Goodyear Municipal Court. So this is going to be for 1 count of disorderly conduct, which is a Class 1 misdemeanor. So in this matter, you're not entitled to court-appointed counsel due to the
Mustache
nature
check.
of the charge, since it's a misdemeanor offense that doesn't otherwise qualify.
Okay.
But you do have the right to retain an attorney on your own behalf to represent you in this case. An arraignment hearing has been set on June 25th at 1 p.m. That will be at the Goodyear Municipal Court. You'll get the address in your paperwork. You are being released on your own recognizance today to appear at that next court date. But you are going to have orders here that you can't return to the scene of the offense, and specifically what I'm talking about there is his store. You
Okay.
can't return to that location. Okay. No contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness. You need to avoid anyone there at all costs, okay? All right, any questions regarding that?
No.
All right, if you want to go and step over, go ahead and pick up that paperwork that's
Thank
over there. Thank you, sir. All right, so we have Mr. Montana, and then Tristan Manali will be up next.
Put yes, you have a mustache.
They don't have a mustache like this.
All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Julian, 5/15/77.
All right, so you are here for a new case out of Superior Court. It is alleging 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, which is a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, 1 count of shoplifting, Class 1 misdemeanor. The Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You have a status conference June 20 with a preliminary hearing June 24. And in this matter, you are being released on your own recognizance. It is going to be your promise.
Damn, that
to
was
appear.
down bad.
Okay, any questions?
Nope, thank
All right,
you.
go ahead and have a seat. All right, so we've got Mr. Benali, and then Avon Yang will be up next.
Okay, fine. I'm going to put you in timeout.
All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Timeout.
Tristan Benali, February 9th, 2002.
All right, thank you, sir. So you're here for a new case out of the Encanto Justice Court. The charges are 2 counts of DUI. They're both Class 1 misdemeanors. So in this matter, the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You have an arraignment hearing set on June 26th at 1:30. And that's going to be at the Encanto Justice Court. You'll get the address in your paperwork. You are being released today on your own recognizance. It is going to be your promise to appear. You do have orders here that you're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol while on release. Do you have any questions regarding that?
Is my license suspended?
That is something you are going to have to talk to
I would
the
hope so
MVD
after
about, or
2
you're the
DUIs.
arresting agency. It's not something we do here, okay? So I would check on that.
My truck, is it impounded or?
Something to ask the arresting agency. So whatever agency it was that arrested you, and I can't recall who it was. It might have been, no, it wouldn't have been Phoenix. Whoever arrested you, contact that agency and see what happened. They'll let you know if it was taken to a tow yard, which in all probability, that's exactly what happened, but they'll let you know which one.
And that info is on the paperwork, right?
I'm sorry?
That info is on the paperwork?
Do you mean who, what arresting agency it is?
Yep.
Let me give it to you. Oh, or let me not.
I would hope they would cancel his driver license or suspend his driver license after the
You don't
first
show the
DUI.
arresting agency, do you? It's not where it normally is on here, Tracy. Is it? DPS? Oh, that's right. Yeah, it is going to be DPS.
Okay.
Yeah, so give them a call on their non-emergency line.
Okay.
And see if you can find out that information.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we've got Mr. Yang, and then Joe Trawick. DeLuca will be up next.
No!
All right, sir, your full name and date of birth?
My birthday 1/15/19.
All right, and your name?
My name is Along Yang, YANGNONE Long.
Are you okay proceeding in English here today?
A little bit.
Do you need the assistance of an interpreter?
Yes.
What language do you speak?
Maybe Chinese.
This is my
Chinese.
ocelotto.
Like Mandarin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, why don't you go ahead and have a seat? We're going to go ahead and call you back up. We'll see if we can get an interpreter to
Okay, thank you.
All right, go ahead and have a seat.
No, I just, yesterday I just go in the line.
No, go ahead and have a seat. We're going to recall your
Okay,
case.
okay.
Okay? All right, we've got Mr. Trot, Luca.
Look, he's trying to kiss you guys. Could you put yes?
All right, so your full name and date of birth?
Job Trawick DeLuca,
And your date of birth.
June 3rd, 2003.
All right, thank you, sir. So you've got a new matter out of Superior Court here that's going to be for 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. So the Public Defender's Office has been appointed. You have a status conference set on June 20 with a preliminary hearing June 24, both at 8:30, and those will be at the Superior Court in downtown Phoenix. In your matter, you are being released on your own recognizance. It is going to be your promise to appear. Do you have any questions regarding any of that information?
No, ma'am.
All right, if you want to go and step over, you can go ahead and have a seat. All right, so we'll have Sky Findley.
That's right. All you guys that have kids, you guys know exactly what I'm going through right now. She's out of control.
Otherwise, we can wait till the very end. Are you going to see if we can get the court one? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Mr. Finley? I can see him, but he's not looking like he's resigned.
100%.
Sky Finley?
Sky Finley.
Do you guys think they're going to be able to find locate a Mandarin interpreter for him? All my kids are grown and out of the house. You're lucky, Sue. We started all over. So ours right here, she's 6 years old. So we still got a long way. What up, Blue? 25 and 22. That's right. Every day that I wake up, man, I feel like, man, like tired. Just tired. Damn, that's what came in with a walker.
You weren't able to hear me okay in there.
I'm very hard of hearing. I don't know if I'll be able to hear you.
Let's try the headphones and see if they provide any assistance.
No, eso no traigas acá. No, take that out. I thought about starting over, but I don't know. 37, 42, 45. She Gators. I'm 44, Sue. And we got Gramps putting on the...
Is that any better? Is it working?
Yes. Ooh,
okay.
Geez. Wow.
I think he's a fugitive because he had that big white sheet. So I'm assuming he's a fugitive from the law.
If you could stay...
Pardon? Let's put this down here.
Flew out here with a walker committing
Can
crime.
you state your full name and your date of birth?
No, we're not gonna go live.
The name is Sky Finlay, 12/28/39.
All right, so you are here for a fugitive of justice warrant. This is for a warrant that was issued out of the state of Illinois. So in that matter, they did both confirm the warrant as well as extradition in your matter. And you were given that laminated sheet that you walked in with. Did you have an opportunity to take a look at that?
Yes, I did.
That's the waiver of extradition language. I'm going to go over that here today. You do have the option of whether to waive extradition here today, but you do not have to do anything like that. You can have a hearing here in Maricopa County as well. So I'm going to go ahead and go over those options for you, and I'll see if you have any questions. Your first option you have is you can choose to waive extradition in this matter and return to the state of Illinois. When you do that, you're saying, Illinois, come pick me up on the warrant. Illinois, in turn, would have 30 days starting tomorrow to pick you up on that warrant. Now, that 30-day time frame starts tomorrow unless you have any local open cases. If you do have any local open cases, that 30-day time frame would not start until the conclusion of your local case. Now, you would remain in the Maricopa County Jail, non-bailable, until Illinois picks you up within their time frame. Your next option that you have is you can choose not to waive extradition, at least not at this time. You'll be given the same option down the road when you have your next hearing if you choose to do this. So if you choose not to waive extradition, I'd be setting a fugitive from justice or extradition hearing on June 16 at 1:30 p.m. That would take place at the Superior Court located in downtown Phoenix. So if you opt to do that, I can't appoint an attorney to represent you at that hearing because the actual extradition proceedings are civil matters. Even though it's a criminal case back in Illinois, extradition proceedings are civil. You do have the right to retain an attorney to represent you. And I will also note there are sometimes public defenders present at those hearings who can provide assistance. There's just no guarantee of that. In that case, you are entitled to bail, but in your matter, it would be a $250,000 secured appearance bond. You would still have to post a bond in order to be released prior to that next court date. The process for if you don't want to waive extradition, what would have to happen is that a governor's warrant has to be signed by the governors of both states, so both Arizona and Illinois, in order to extradite you back to Illinois. That process can take up to 90 days. That's the time frame they have in order to execute the warrant on both ends. So you'll get that, or do you have any questions first regarding either of these two options I've just gone over?
Mira, Roblox.
Well, yes, I do. I'm not quite sure I fully understand why I'm being considered as a fugitive because I've been in prison in Arizona for 8.5 years, and I've only been out on
I saw that you're on parole.
Parole.
This warrant was just issued June 3rd.
Parole?
I can't tell you why it was issued because it was issued out of the state of Illinois. It is their warrant.
Okay.
So as far as why you have a warrant, you'd be happy to ask them.
It says criminal charges are pending.
Yeah.
If I've never been notified of any charges pending,
Well, you will be when you get back there. So they've issued a warrant for you. They've indicated that they have a valid warrant for you. The state of Arizona does need to recognize valid warrants issued by other states. That's what's happening here. I can't tell you anything else about your case. If you want to have an extradition hearing in Arizona, you want to choose not to waive extradition, I'll go ahead and set that hearing for you, and you'll likely be able to find out more information regarding what you're looking at in Illinois at that time. But at least here today, I'm only seeing you on the warrant, and I just have very limited information, just that they do have a valid warrant for you.
Okay, but I heard you say bail, and then did you say $250,000?
That is correct.
We need more special guest appearances. Hey, what up,
Do you have any other
Carly? How's it
questions
going?
regarding these options? And I'll let you know if you don't know how you want to proceed today. What I would do is I would automatically enter in a non-waiver for today and set that fugitive from justice hearing for you.
And in the meantime, I remain reprimanded in the county jail.
If that happens, I would set your bond. If you're unable to post bond, then you would remain in the county jail and you'd be transported to your next court date on June 16th.
Come on, Grabs, make up a decision. Either you do or you don't. We don't got all this. We don't got all this time in the world.
If I chose to,
what up, Tone? Underscore.
Post the bail.
213 LA.
What would happen?
If you post bond and you are released from custody, you would be released, still having to attend your court date on June 16. If you fail to appear at that June 16 court date, a warrant will be issued for your arrest.
His dementia's acting up.
And how do I go about doing that bail? I think I have that much money in my credit union in Illinois. I talked with them yesterday.
That's something that you can ask the officers in the back about.
Well, they wouldn't.
The next room you go to is going to be one that has phones, that has access, that you'll have access to.
Yeah, but I don't have phone numbers. They took them away
That
from
I
me.
cannot help you with. I cannot provide you with any phone numbers. I cannot provide you with your cell phone or whatever else might have had your phone numbers. I can't help you with that.
I had cards in my pockets with numbers on them.
I can't provide you with any of your property. If it's in the jail, that's not something I can go back and get for you. Okay? Do you have any other questions, though, regarding your options today?
I know a few numbers. I know my sister's, my wife's,
bail isn't
my mom's, and hopefully they
if I
can help
don't
me.
have the opportunity for bail, then I'm being faced with either signing this waiver and sitting in Maricopa County Jail for 30 days or 90 days if I don't sign it. Is that correct?
If you choose to waive extradition here today to return to Illinois, Illinois has up to 30 days starting tomorrow to come pick you up. They could pick you up on day 5. They could pick you up on day 30. So I don't know how long you would remain in the custody of Maricopa County until Illinois picks you up. Same thing with if you choose not to waive extradition and the governor's warrant has to issue. That governor's warrant can issue any time within that 90-day time frame. That's the maximum time frame that they have in order to issue it.
Well, I don't see how I can make bail if I can't make phone calls.
That's not something I can help you with. I cannot provide you with any phone numbers.
Well, I don't carry around $250,000 in my pocket.
All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and set that hearing for you then. We'll set that hearing on June 16 at 1:30 p.m. For now, I'm going to enter in a non-waiver on your behalf. If you decide to waive extradition at your next court date, you can certainly do that at that time. You'll be given the same option at that time. I am setting bond in the amount of $250,000. That is a secured appearance bond. All right? If you want to go and step over, you can go ahead and pick up that paperwork that's over there. All right, so we've got Lane Lopez.
Another one? They didn't say what he did.
All right, ma'am. Please say your full name and date of birth.
Lana Lopez.
Your date of birth.
3/21/01.
All right, thank you. You are here for a fugitive of justice warrant as well. In your matter, that warrant was issued out of the state of New Mexico, who was also notified regarding the warrant. They did both confirm the warrant as well as extradition in your matter. So you were given that laminated sheet to review while you were sitting in there. Did you have an opportunity to do that?
Yeah.
Basically, that laminated sheet is your waiver of extradition language. So that's what you would be doing today, or signing off on basically if you chose to waive extradition. I'm going to go over the two options that you have here, and then I will see if you have any questions regarding either process, okay? So your first option you have is you can choose to waive extradition and return to the state of New Mexico on this warrant. When you do that, you would have no further hearing here in Maricopa County. You would be held in the Maricopa County Jail non-bailable until New Mexico comes to pick you up on the warrant. Now, New Mexico, in turn, would have 30 days starting tomorrow to pick you up. That 30-day time frame starts tomorrow unless you have any local open cases. If you do have any local open cases, the 30-day time frame does not start until the conclusion of that case, okay? That's if you choose to waive extradition and return to New Mexico. Your other option you have here today is you can choose not to waive, at least not here today. You'll be given the same choice at your next hearing as well. If you choose not to waive extradition, I would be setting a fugitive from justice hearing or extradition hearing here in Maricopa County at the Superior Court. That would take place on June 16 at 1:30 p.m. The address for the court would be included in your paperwork. I can't appoint an attorney to represent you at that hearing because the extradition proceedings are considered to be civil proceedings. Even though it's a criminal case back in New Mexico, the extradition matter is civil. You do have the right to retain an attorney to represent you. And I'll also note there are often public defenders present at those hearings who can provide assistance. There's just no guarantee of that. Now, the process there, if you choose not to waive extradition, is that a governor's warrant has to be signed by the governors of both states. So both Arizona and New Mexico, in order to extradite you back to New Mexico. And that process can take up to 90 days. So that's the time frame that they have in order to execute the warrant in what would be your matter, okay? Now, in that case, you would be bailable. That bond in there would be a $50,000 secured appearance bond. So you would still have to post a bond in order to be released from custody. Now, first, do you have any questions regarding either of those two options I just went over with you?
No.
Do you know how you want to proceed today?
My first option.
You want to waive extradition? Okay. All right, so if you want to waive extradition and return to New Mexico on the warrant, I do need to have you answer some questions out loud because I need to make sure it is a knowing and voluntary waiver on your part, okay? All right, so first of all, did you read that laminated sheet, which was the waiver of extradition paperwork?
Yes.
You understand that you do not have to sign a waiver of extradition here today?
Yes.
You do have the right to demand to have an extradition hearing here in Maricopa County.
Yes.
And you have the right to hire an attorney to represent you at that hearing.
Yes.
You understand that you have the right to demand that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you're returned.
Yes.
And you understand that you would have the right to bail if you choose not to waive extradition.
Yes.
If you choose to waive extradition, you would be held non-bailable till New Mexico picks you up.
Yes.
All right, do you want to give up those rights in order to sign the waiver paperwork here today?
Yes. Yeah, just sign the waiver, yeah.
Do you want to give up those rights in order to sign the waiver paperwork? Yes. Okay. I need to make sure you're sure because I don't want you to do it if you're not sure, okay? All right. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything in order to get you to sign the paperwork?
No.
Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication within the last 24 hours?
Yes.
So let me word it this way. If you have had any drugs, alcohol, or medication within the last 24 hours, has that affected to any degree your ability to make an informed decision right now?
No.
Or has that affected your ability to understand what's happening here right now? Okay. All right. Based on that, then I will go ahead and find that you are knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily signing the waiver. I'll be signing it as well. I am directing the Sheriff's Office to notify New Mexico that you are ready to return at this time. New Mexico will then have 30 days starting tomorrow in order to pick you up on that warrant. Now, that 30-day time frame starts tomorrow unless you have any local open cases. If you do have local open cases, those have to be concluded first. All right. We'll have you come up here and sign. Any questions before you do?
May I ask you, so when that 30 days is up, what happens? And I'm still here.
You mean if New Mexico doesn't come pick you up?
Yeah.
You would be released. They can't hold you beyond the time frame that we can hold you for New Mexico.
Yes, they can.
That's the given time frame that we have to hold you. Okay? So if they don't come pick you up, you would be released from custody. However, just be aware, you still have a warrant.
If they don't pick her up, they could rearrest her. They did that last time.
Thank you. All right. Do you want to go ahead and come on up here? And I think we're still working on an interpreter for that last matter.
I have to call in this line.
It's what?
I have to call in this line.
Oh, okay.
So somebody asked what a bond hearing is. A bond hearing is so when you get arrested, you have two options. Well, you don't have any options, but so the court has the option of letting you out on your own recognizance, which is you don't put any type of money up. Second option would be when they hold you for bond, and what that means is you have to put up money or a house or something so the court could let you go. So normally, like if you have like a, let's say a $200,000 bond, you're gonna reach out to a bail bondsman, and the bail bondsman, they're gonna have you put a percentage. So if it's 200,000, they're gonna have you put 10%, which would be, what is it, 20,000, and then but they'll also have you put up some collateral. So if you have a house, they're gonna make you sign over your house to make sure you show up to court. If you show up to court, the $20,000, those you lose. That's just what the bail bond agent's gonna make off of you. And if you go to court, then they'll go ahead and release your house. They'll go ahead and give you back your paperwork. If you don't go, then you're gonna be forfeiting that property. So hopefully that makes any sense. What wouldn't they rather post bond? A lot of people can't afford it. If you really think about it, I know I couldn't afford it. If I had a $200,000 bond, I'm sitting in there. I ain't going anywhere. I'm in Scotland and find this so interesting. Well, that's right, Laura. Mac, they put a lien on your property up. Let me see. Yeah, that. Thanks for explaining. So hopefully, what I said makes sense. I mean, I've never been bonded out before. Anytime that I got arrested, I was gonna be sitting in there. I wasn't going anywhere. So most people can't afford it. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Build cool things. I'm gonna be sitting out. So that's why I don't commit crimes. That's why I would just rather stay home where it's safe. We see some are secured, some are all cash. Yeah. So now she needs to stay there until they get her. Yeah. So they have 30 days to pick her up. And if they pick her up, then what they'll do is they'll hire a private company that'll transport inmates across the country via van. If she's like a pretty let me see, infamous or she committed something that's pretty heinous, they'll send them some detectives to go pick her up, and then they'll fly her back. But it all depends. And to be honest with you, if I was in that situation, I'd rather have just send somebody to fly me out via plane, because man, if they hire like a private company to drive you across the country, it could take weeks for them to get you there, because along the way they're stopping at different facilities, picking up different people. So, and it's a bumpy ride, so it's not as fun as it sounds. Plus, I don't even think these vans have windows, so you're not even seeing anything. You're sleeping handcuffed. If you got to use a restroom, I couldn't do it. Man, the way I use the restroom, it'll be all bad for me. Let me see. When they pay the 20 cash, they get it back when they return it.
I'm your language Mandarin interpreter, ID number 4728. I'm ready for your instructions.
So all right, thank you. We do have you here on speakerphone in the courtroom here in Maricopa County. I do have an individual who does need the assistance of a Mandarin interpreter. This is for a legal matter. Are you able to help us with that?
Yes.
Okay, so we do have Lon Yang here. If you could introduce yourself to him and have him state his full name and date of birth.
OK， 哎，您好呀，先生，我是中文翻译。他说，现在请您讲一下您的全名，还有出生年月日，您姓什么，叫什么名字，还有出生年月日。
What up, Maui?
Okay. My name is Along Yang, Y-A-N-G, Yang, A-A-N-O-N-E Long.
They should let her go.
Yang Along.
But sometimes they don't.
My date of birth 1/15/19.
Right. Well, no, he just answered in English. Mr. Yang, if you do need the assistance of an interpreter, just go ahead and respond back in the same language, okay?
Okay.
哎杨先生，您要不用中文讲吧？您的那个中文的全名叫什么？姓什么？叫什么名字啊？
就是杨 A 嘛 ，N-O-N-E Long Y-A-N-G 杨阿龙杨嘛。
杨阿龙对吗？
是的。
阿龙就是 ALONG 对吗？
对 ，YANG， 杨。
然后姓氏叫杨，然后名字叫阿龙 ALONG
哦对
吧？
哦对 ，AA。
您的出生年月？
什么？
您的出生年月日是哪一年
1月15 1/15
Yeah, I'm sick.
19。1月15 90年。
Okay, his first name it's ALO, N is in November, G. Last name Y, A is in Apple, N is in November, G is in George. His date of birth January the 15th in the year 1990.
Sir, you are here for a new case out at the El Centro Justice Court for one count of criminal trespass. That's a Class 3 misdemeanor.
Okay. 您好，先生，您现在手上，您现在有个新案件啊，您现在面临着一例，这个是叫刑事的，这个是侵犯旁人的，这个侵犯旁人的财产，然后呢，您这是一个3类的轻罪。
哦，轻罪 ，OK。
Man, all of this. What up, Tokes?
Okay, misdemeanor.
All this for a damn trespassing?
You're not entitled to court-appointed counsel since it is a misdemeanor, but you do have the right to hire your own attorney.
OK， 先生，这个呢是一个轻罪，所以呢是您没有资格获得法庭给您指定的律师，但是你有这个权利去雇佣自己的律师。
An arraignment hearing is set on June 26th at 8:30 a.m. at the El Centro Justice Court.
Your Honor, it's June the 26th, 8:30 a.m. Is that right?
Correct.
And can you let me know the name of that court again?
Yes, it's El Centro Justice Court.
Okay.
Man, at the quick trip, man. Oh man, the quick trip be having the good ass food right there. They be having those pork sandwiches. Man, and they also got the chili cheese Fritos with the cheese and
您这个您有个法律程序叫传讯的这个法律程序啊，这个是发生的时间是在6月26号上午的8点半。地点在 El Centro 那个 Justice Court 这个法庭，这是法庭的全名叫 El Centro Justice Court。我给你翻译成中文没有意思啊。这个您可以问法官要这个地方的名称还有地址，好吧？时间您记着，6月26 8点30。
You hold on. You are being released from custody today on your own recognizance. That is going to be your promise to appear at your future court dates. Hold on.
She said, "Hold on. Shut your mouth, boy. Shut your mouth."
那今天呢，我们现在就可以把您从监管中释放出来，但是呢，这有个条件，您要同意，您要承诺，在未来的出庭日的时候，您会出庭的。
All this information will be provided in your paperwork.
OK， 那这些信息呢会在文件中给您提供的。
我想跟法官大人说，我有难处。
OK, I wish to tell Your Honor that I have difficulty.
Difficulty.
I'm sorry, he has what?
He has what? Wait, what?
Difficulty.
Difficulty.
I don't know what difficulty you're referring to. I don't know what difficulty you're referring to.
What if you
先生，
win?
我想知道，您所说的这个难处是什么呢？
我现在已经流浪了好几天了，我的行李箱也是给人偷走了，所以说我现在法官看到的就是我这么一套衣服，所以说下一次我不能出庭。 我要去外州了。
OK， 下次不能出庭去外州啊。One moment, please, Your Honor. I'm trying to write this down. Yeah, Your Honor, I have been homeless for several days now. I've been straying, homeless for several days now. My luggages were stolen, and right now, so this the clothes I'm wearing, Your Honor is looking at my, Your Honor can notice this, and this is the only set of clothes that I have. So I'm not able to make it to appear in court next time. I need to go to another state.
That fool said, I can't make it. I gotta go.
Based on that, then, I do have to set a bond in your case if you're telling me that you will otherwise not appear at your next court date, which means you would remain in custody.
Sounds about right, Holly.
Okay. 那这样的话，如果您跟我说下次您不能出庭，然后您要去外
Welcome to
州的话，
America,
我只能
bro.
这个就怎么说呢？就让您持续这个在监狱里
Can't
面
be
待
walking
着，让
around
您保持在被
Phoenix with
监
your
禁的状
luggage. You
态
can get robbed, homeboy. Didn't you get the memo? Crime don't stop.
So if you are not able to appear at a court date, I'm going to be setting a $100 secured appearance bond, and your court date will now be on June 11 at 8:30 a.m.
Trespassing. This was locked up for trespassing.
就是如果那天您说您不能出庭的话呢，我呢现在要设一个100块钱的这个安全保释金，然后把您的出庭日改成6月11号上午8点半。
我现在我犯了什么法？我又没有犯法，我只顺着马路走，然后警察就把我抓了。现在我现在就
Man, I wish I knew Mandarin right now so I could know what he was saying.
警察还把我抓了，我还有什么办法？
Okay, sure. But however, right now, what did I do? So how come I violated the law? You see, I was merely walking along the road. I was trying to find a way out, and the police arrested me. I just do not understand.
Welcome to
他只
America.
说扣留我一下，然后他就把我带进来了。
It be like that sometimes. You're not doing nothing.
They
You just
told
catch a
me
case.
that they would simply just put me in the custody for a short while. However, you see, they ended up putting me in jail.
I can't speak for what law enforcement did when they picked you up. You were brought in on a charge of criminal trespass, and probable cause was found for that charge. Now you have to go in front of a different court to be heard on it. I'm not making any further determinations in your case today.
OK， 先生，他说，但是这个是执法人员
Walking the wrong way.
在
Sheesh.
这个说怎么说呢？说你有这个刑事的非法侵入这个罪名啊，这刚才跟您说了，这是个3级的轻罪，但是它是个刑事罪名，是个非法侵入的罪名啊。这个现在呢，你要到一个不一样的法庭去出庭了。
He's about to get the real American treatment here. This is what I predict is going to happen with this guy.
And since you have already told me that you are unable to appear at any future court dates, I have to set a bond at this point, which is why you now have a $100 secured appear bond in your case.
So this fool,
因为您刚才
they're going to end up putting an immigration hold on him.
在未来的那个
Then whenever his case is done, immigration is going to pick him up. He's going to end up in the immigration system, and he's going to end up getting deported. That's my prediction for this case right here.
然后您就要不您就只能在监禁的地方待着了。
那我下次我不
This guy, he don't even know what he's in for right now.
下次
he was gonna get released.
请问您说下次不出庭是
He should have not said nothing. He should have not said nothing, and he should have
下次
bounced.
我不出庭，我要去外州找工作，我不能在这里继续待下去啊！我法官和警察看到我，他们都有看到我只有这。
I wonder what he was doing in Phoenix.
都很久了。
That's what I want to know.
Okay. So, Your Honor, is it possible for me to not appear in court next time. The reason is I need to find a job in another state. I really cannot stay here. You see, the police saw this, and you also, I believe, saw that I've been wearing the same clothes for a long time.
No, that's not an option. You are required to attend a court date. Go ahead and step to your left and have a seat, and we'll print out paperwork so you can have all of your information in there as well.
Next.
先生啊，这个不是个可以选，这个不是你可以选择的，这是你必须做的。你必须出庭的。现在请您先坐下，然后呢，到时候我把你的文件给你，好吧？您先坐下啊。
No, step to your left and have a seat.
问题不能再拖我下去，我怎么能够拖我下去啊
？Nah, it's gonna be in English.
You know, he was saying you guys cannot force me to go down there.
Damn, he's about to enter the system. I wonder who's gonna run with. Is he gonna run with the homies? Is he gonna run with the paisanos?
We concluded our hearing. That was the only matter we needed assistance with. Thank you.
Who's he gonna run with? Damn, this is gonna be interesting. Wish we could hook him up with a body cam to see what his first day in jail are gonna be like.
Thank you. All right, so we do have a few house calls here, or actually I guess just 2 house calls to put on record. The first is Kimani Green. I saw him get removed from here. Was he removed due to not compliance?
Goodbye.
And the interpreter said, I'm out of here. Screw this. I don't want nothing to do with this. I'm not sure what happened. It said goodbye and boom, it shut down the stream. Is he? Yeah, he's Asian. He is. It looked like this is it. This is gonna be the last hearing. Man, I do appreciate you guys. You know, too bad. You know, I'm not feeling 100% right now. I'm a bit under the weather, but if I have some more free time later on, I'll go ahead and jump on for a bit. But for now, this is gonna be the end of this stream. If you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99 out of your mind. Don't be a Scrooge McDuck. Don't be a Mr. Krabby Patty. Hit that follow button. Check out some of the other streams and whatnot, and drop some comments, drop some hearts, share. Sharing is caring. Hey, thank you, Bill. Cool things. Let me see, Fluffy. I hope you feel better, James, if you will. Let me see who else. Hey, thank you, Renee, for that rose. Highly appreciate that. Let me see. And man, Fluffy, I hope everything works out for your son's girlfriend. Right now it's a real interesting time, a real interesting time in this country. If you're brown, it doesn't matter you have status or not. A lot of crazy things are happening. So, man, hopefully she's able to get through these tough times, these trying times, if you will. Let me see. She got 2 teenage daughters. I pray every day. Yeah, man. It sucks, because regardless of whatever, I know everybody has their own opinion, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion, when it comes to immigration. But a lot of these people here, they're here to help. They're here for a better life. They're here to help out their family members in other countries. Regardless of whatever's being put out in the media, the majority of these people are not criminals. They're not. But they came here illegally. Yeah, it's a civil matter. Hey, we're just doing it. We're just doing it the American way. So my mom came here illegally. Do I feel bad about it? Hell nah. She came here, and I was born here, and I appreciate that, and I'm able to travel freely and whatnot. Let me see. Her husband is deceased. He out of COVID. Damn, that sucks. That sucks. So yeah, that's what I just wanted to throw, about that immigration thing. Not everybody that here is bad. They're people like me. They're people like you guys, and we got to remember, a majority of us are not Native Americans, so we're not even originally from this continent, if you will, So anyhow, hey, I am Collect Call James. You are watching. You have a collect call from, and like I said right here, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it slices out. And with that, we are out. A rato.
Number 23, I think that one. Yeah, 21, 38, that's it.
And 10? And now 26.
Let me see, and then also, 20, you said 21, right? Yeah, 19, 21, 21.
Oh, 19 is the one too?
No, okay.
Oh.
21, 23. rise. Everybody stand.
You may be seated. You may be seated. Good evening. This is the time set for the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar for June 6th of 2025. The court's orders, I'll stop, I forgot, I have the interpreter. My apologies.
Not a problem, Your Honor. The interpreter will begin rendition now, Your Honor. Muy buenas tardes. Estas son las comparecencias iniciales de las 5 de la tarde de las audiencias programadas para el día 6 de junio 2025.
The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 1st of this month will apply to all matters on this calendar.
Las órdenes judiciales provistas durante el primer día del mes actual también corresponden a estas audiencias sobre las muestras de ADN y huellas dactilares.
I will be calling you one by one to the podium.
Voy a pedir que pase cada uno al podio,
where I will ask you for your first and last name and your date of birth.
en el cual le voy a pedir que diga su nombre, como también su apellido y su fecha de nacimiento.
I will then advise you as to why you are here.
También le voy a mencionar en cuanto a por qué está usted aquí,
Whether or not an attorney has been appointed to represent you,
ya sea que se le ha nombrado un abogado para que lo represente.
what your upcoming court dates will be,
Le indicaré cuáles son sus fechas de audiencias.
what your bond will be if you are eligible for bond,
Le mencionaré si usted llena los requisitos de la fianza y cuál es dicha fianza,
and your release conditions.
y sus medidas cautelares de libertad.
Some of you may have some questions while I'm providing this advisement.
¿Alguno de ustedes pueda que tengan preguntas mientras les estoy mencionando esta asesoría?
I would ask that you hold your questions until I complete the advisement.
Les pido que esperen a hacer sus preguntas hasta que yo termine de darle mis instrucciones.
You are also cautioned that your questions should only be directed towards your release conditions.
También le menciono que solamente sus preguntas deben de dirigirse hacia sus medidas cautelares de libertad.
Any questions about your case should be directed towards your attorney.
Todas las preguntas que usted tenga sobre su causa deben de dirigírselas a su abogado.
Mr. Mauricio Orozco, if you will please come to the podium.
Señor Mauricio Orozco, ¿puede por favor pasar al podio?
Mr. Roger Garcia, if you will please have a seat in the chair.
El señor Roger Garcia, si puede tomar asiento en la silla.
Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Señor, ¿puede por favor decir su nombre y su apellido y su fecha de nacimiento?
Mauricio Ríos Orozco, 25 de mayo de 2003.
Mauricio Ríos Orozco, May 25, 2003. Jose Garcia, Arizona Credential Court Interpreter, CITS. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon and thank you. You are here today on a new case.
Usted está aquí debido a una nueva causa.
You were charged with one count of criminal trespass, a Class 6 felony.
Tiene usted el punto acusatorio contra usted de entrada ilícita en propiedad ajena, delito mayor, categoría 6.
I did find probable cause as to that count.
Determino que sí existe el motivo fundado con respecto a esa imputación.
I did appoint an attorney to represent you.
Le nombro a un abogado para que lo represente.
You will have a status conference hearing on June 20th at 8:30.
Usted tendrá su audiencia de actualización procesal para el 20 de junio, 8:30 de la mañana.
You will have a preliminary hearing on June 24th at 8:30.
Su audiencia preliminar se programa para el 24 de junio, 8:30 de la mañana.
You will be released to pretrial services.
Usted será puesto en libertad bajo la Agencia del Control de Procesados,
With the following release conditions.
y tendrá las medidas cautelares de libertad a continuación.
You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime.
No se le permite volver al lugar de los hechos.
And you cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim or victims.
No se le permite el iniciar contacto con ninguno de la víctima o víctimas.
Do you promise to appear for those court dates?
¿Promete usted comparecer para esas audiencias? I promise.
Failure to comply with your release conditions or appear for your court date
El no acatar sus medidas cautelares de libertad o el no comparecer para sus audiencias
will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest
resultará en que se emita una orden de aprehensión contra usted
and a bond will be imposed.
y se impondrá su fianza.
Do you understand?
¿Entiende usted eso?
Sí.
Yes.
This completes my advisement to you. If you have no questions for me,
Esto concluye la asesoría que quería mencionarle a usted. Si usted no tiene preguntas para mí,
the officer is going to give you your paperwork
los agentes de custodio van a entregarle el papeleo.
and you can go and have a seat in holding.
Tengo una pregunta.
I do have a question.
Take your hat off.
Quítese la gorra. Quítese la gorra.
Sorry.
What is your question?
¿Qué pregunta tiene?
Mi novia está ahí conmigo, está conmigo, puede estar conmigo.
My girlfriend is with me. My girlfriend's there. Can she be with me?
I'm not sure if you're referencing what hold on. I'm not sure if you're referencing facts, the alleged facts of the situation that caused you to be arrested.
Espere. No estoy segura si usted está haciendo referencia a los hechos que conllevaron a que usted fuese detenido.
If that is the case, you cannot return to that house.
Si ese es el caso, no se le permite que usted vuelva a esa casa.
And you cannot have any contact with the person.
Okay.
Y no se le permite tener contacto con dicha persona.
Who owned the house.
No con mi novia.
La persona que sea dueña de la casa.
Está bien, gracias.
Not with my girlfriend. Oh, okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Interpreter, can you please inquire as to whether anybody else is in need of your services before I excuse you?
Absolutely, Your Honor. ¿Existe alguien más presente esta tarde que necesite los servicios de interpretación? Si puede, por favor, levantar su mano.
It does not look like anybody has raised their hand. So, thank you so much for helping us this evening. You may be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor. May Your Honor have a wonderful weekend, you and your staff.
Thank you. Do I have to move him? Okay, Miss Ramos, will you please, wait, yes, Ms. Ramos, if you'll please come to the podium. And Mr. Warth, if you will please have a seat in the chair. Hello, ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
My name is Shelly Ramos, 4/18/82.
You are here today on a probation violation warrant. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 13th at 8:30. Pursuant to the warrant, it indicates that you are not eligible for a bond today.
I just don't, the thing that I'm having a hard time with is I don't want to leave my house in.
Ma'am, do you remember when I was saying?
I do remember.
Okay, so you're interrupting me right now while I'm talking to you.
I'm sorry.
So, What I'm advising you of is the information that is on the warrant. It is not for me to change it or hear any argument. I'm just here to let you know whether or not, like I advised at the beginning of the hearing, whether or not you're eligible for bond. According to this warrant, you are not eligible for bond today. So you will be heard on that issue at your hearing on June 13th at 8:30.
When is June 18th?
June 13th is next Friday.
A week?
Yes.
I'll lose my house.
Ma'am, I cannot
Judge,
do anything.
Because my
Ma'am, I think that
my
your
office
issues
manager,
are bigger than that. If you will
I will
listen
end up
for-
being homeless again.
Okay. Ma'am, if you will just let me complete what I am trying to explain to you. On a violation of probation, when that happens where a judge orders that that a person is not bondable, it is an indication to me that there's a strong likelihood that you are likely going to be incarcerated. You are likely going to receive a sentence of imprisonment in this matter. That is what that rule means. That is referenced in the warrant that holds you not bondable. So that is the information for you to raise with the judge who issued the warrant that you will be seen on June 13th. That is all the information that I have for you, and that's all the information that I
have to be able to go home to my house. I have to get my house ready in
Okay,
time.
so we are done conversating at this point in time. There's nothing more for me to discuss with you. This warrant has been issued since February 25th. So you've been on warrant status for at least 3 months. And one of the issues is that you hadn't even checked in with your probation officer since January 22nd of 2025. So that is the information for why your warrant, that's one of the reasons why a petition to revoke your probation was filed. And it indicates that your whereabouts have been unknown.
But this is my first probation violation.
So
this is my first probation violation.
Officer, I'm going to go ahead and have her be excused at this
This is my first probation violation since 2023.
Mr. Worth, will you please come to the podium? Thank you, sir. And Mr. Easterly, if you please have a seat in the chair. Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Craig Worth, 6/17/57.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, a Class 5 felony, and 1 count of disorderly conduct involving fighting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to this offense, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. Prior to the hearing, the court did receive a victim impact statement. The court did consider the wishes of the victim, and despite those requests, the court did make a probable cause finding regarding certain facts and circumstances that brought you before the court today. I am going to explain for your information what I have to consider in making a determination of what your release conditions should be, including bond. One of the very concerning alleged facts that I did make a probable cause finding was that a gun was involved in the circumstance, that there was escalated threatening behavior that was occurring over a period of days. And while I do understand concerns regarding the marital status of you and the alleged victim, it appears as though to the court, what my concern is when I weigh everything, is what is the safety concerns to the community and to the victim, and what is the history that you have. Based on my concerns regarding the safety to the alleged victim and other parties in this, that was reflected in the probable cause statement, and the fact that there was a gun involved, the court finds that a bond of secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000 is appropriate.
How much?
$50,000, so it's 10% of $50,000. And if you are able to post bond, you'll be released to pretrial services on electronic monitoring. If you are able to be released on electronic monitoring, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim. You cannot possess any weapons. If there are any orders of protection or orders against harassment that are issued, you must comply with those orders. You cannot reside at the same location of the alleged victim. You are permitted one civil standby with local law enforcement to assist you in retrieving your essential belongings. You are also cautioned that if you fail to comply with the no victim contact order, something's going on.
County Detention Officers to Court Miami 1, please. Let's go. Yeah.
You are also cautioned that if you violate the no victim contact order in this case, you could be charged with aggravated harassment, which is a Class 6 felony. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court date would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. This completes everything that I needed to advise you of. Do you have any questions for me?
I guess I don't. My wife and I live in the same house, and
you cannot reside in the same house with her while this case is going unless a judge modifies the release conditions down the road, but as of right now, you cannot. So that takes care of everything that I have to advise you of.
where do I go next? Just sit down?
Mr. Easterly, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Eastridge, will you please have a seat in the chair? Hello, sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Good evening, Your Honor. Colton Michael Estley, 32797.
You are here today on a new case. You are charged with one count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument, a Class 2 felony. You were charged also with one count of disorderly conduct involving fighting, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and assault with intent to injure, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all three counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $15,000. If you are able to post bond, you'll be released to pretrial services on electronic monitoring. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim, and you cannot possess any weapons. If there are any orders of protection or orders against harassment that have been issued, you must comply with the terms of those orders. You cannot reside at the same location as the alleged victim. You are permitted one civil standby with local law enforcement to assist you in retrieving your essential belongings. You are also cautioned that if you violate the no victim contact order in this case, you could be charged with aggravated harassment, which is a Class 6 felony. Failure to comply with your release conditions or failing to appear for your court dates would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant will issue for your arrest, and additional bond would be imposed. This completes everything that I needed to advise you of. If you have no questions for me.
Your Honor, there is no victim at my home. Okay. But that's where the crime,
I
can't go there.
So based on the probable cause statement, the court was unclear as to what the situation is. So that is the order.
Don't go home?
No, you cannot live with the victim.
Okay, yeah, I don't live with her at all anyway. I wanted to make sure I can go home. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Eastridge, will you please come to the podium? Mr. Nez, if you will please have a seat in the chair. Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Sean Allen Eastridge, 6/15/94.
You are here today on a number of cases. You have one new case. You have 2 probation violation warrants, and then you have a warrant out of East Mesa Justice Court. I'm going to first start with your new case. You were charged with one count of disorderly conduct involving a weapon or dangerous instrument, a Class 6 felony, and one count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to both counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $25,000. As to your 2 violations of probation matters, I appointed an attorney to represent you in each of those matters. You have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 13th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250 in those matters. And then as to your warrant from East Mesa Justice Court, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in that matter. You do have an arraignment hearing on June 11th at 8:30, and you do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000, or not $50. So between your 3 cases, you have a total secured appearance bond in the amount of $25,550. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot possess any weapons. And I believe you do need to contact your probation officer within 70. I have to correct this order. It is number 16. You have to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates would result in the forfeiture of, I've corrected it and signed it, would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bonds could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, if you'll go ahead and have a seat, we'll bring the orders into you when they're ready. Mr. Nez, will you please come to the podium? And Ms. Nelson, if you will please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first, last name, and your date of birth?
Henrik Nez, 9/1789.
You are here today because a warrant was issued when you failed to appear for your court date. An attorney was already appointed to represent you in this matter. You have an arraignment hearing on June 13th. You have an arraignment hearing on June 13th at 8:30. Your warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure that you appear for your court date. Failure to appear for your court date will result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post, and a warrant would issue for your arrest. You have a question?
Yes, I was wondering if I could be released with pretrial services or something, because I'm in behavioral health right now.
A warrant was issued because you failed to appear for your court date the last time you were released without bond. So that's the reason why there is a bond that is imposed at this time. I believe you were advised previously that if you failed to appear for a court date, a warrant would issue for your arrest and a bond would be imposed. So I believe that that is where we are at this time.
Because I talked to the, hold on, I'm being gang stalked.
I'm listening.
I didn't know how to tell you, the public defender that I talked to earlier, she said she would talk to you about my case and everything, about, or she would mention something to you.
Well, no one has mentioned anything to me. I'm looking at the docket when you did not appear for your court date. I know that an attorney was appointed to represent you.
But they told me to tell you, didn't tell the judge.
So I'm affirming the order that was issued. It looks like your matter had been.
What if I'm being like gang stalked or something like that?
That is not the reason. You failed to appear for your court date, so a warrant was issued and now you have a bond.
And that was the reason why?
I don't believe that there's any further discussion that is needed at this time.
So when's my next court date?
It's on your paperwork. I'm sorry?
Nelson is currently using a court.
Okay. Mr. Duarte, will you please come to the podium? And Ms. Morello, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, can you please tell me your first and last name and your date of birth?
Giovanni Alberto Duarte, 10/05/1999.
You are here today because a warrant was issued when you failed to appear for your court date. An attorney was already appointed to represent you in this matter. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 13th at 8:30. Your warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,250. If you are able to post bond, you must appear for your court date. Failure to do so would result in a warrant issuing for your arrest. Well, first it would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. Another warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. This completes everything that I needed to advise you of today. If you do not have any questions for me, if you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Sounds good. Have a good day, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Murillo, will you please come to the podium? And Ms. Ali, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Well, ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Lorraine Murillo, 10/11/75.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with one count of theft of means of transportation, a Class 3 felony. I did find probable cause as to that offense, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You will have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. If you're able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. This completes my advisement to you. If you have no questions for me regarding release conditions, if you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you. Ms. Ali, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Cortez, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Nafasa Ali? Okay, so Ali is at Phoenix as well?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Cortez, will you please come to the podium? Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Joel Cortez, September 10th, 1993.
You are here today because a warrant was issued when you failed to appear for your court date. You have a status conference. An attorney was already appointed to represent you in this matter. You have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. If you're able to post bond, you must appear for your court date. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is it 10% of the 250?
Mm-hmm.
How much is 10%? It's
$25 plus collateral.
I'm sorry?
$25 plus collateral.
Okay. All right.
Anything else?
That's all. Thank you.
Okay. If you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Miss Griffin? Well, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Alexandra Griffin, and my date of birth is 06/02/95.
You are here today on two matters. You have one new case and one probation violation. On your new case, you were charged with one count of possession of a narcotic drug, a Class 4 felony. 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all 3 counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. As to your probation violation, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in that matter. You have a probation violation possible disposition hearing on June 13th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. Between your 2 cases, your total secured appearance bond is $750. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, you cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. Failure to comply with your release conditions or appear for your court dates will result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, you'll please step to your left.
So I won't be getting released on my own recognizance?
No.
What is you're the one that discerns that, right?
Yes.
So what is the reason why that I wouldn't be?
Because I am looking at your history, and you have a history of failing to appear for court dates, for one.
I promise I'll show up to I actually don't have a huge history of not showing up. The last couple ones that I went to jail for, it was because one thing after the other. Before that, I had shown up to all of my court dates.
The other reason why I believe that a bond is appropriate was that you were just placed on probation on March 14th. So, and then you're coming back on charges that are similar. You're asking me, I'm giving you the answer. If you just want to talk and you don't want to hear from me, then we can just go ahead.
No, I stopped talking.
So,
go ahead.
You were placed on probation in March for a charge that you're back here on. So there's also the possibility that you could be looking at some time of incarceration. So those are the reasons for why you are not going to be released on your own recognizance today.
I also have a brand new baby at home. Like, I don't know if that makes any difference.
I read the probable cause statement. I do understand that, but if we're going to just have an honest conversation here, you are aware that you had a brand new baby at home and you engaged in behavior that I made a probable cause finding on that is probable that you did these things while you had a baby at home, and one of those things was that you were in possession of a narcotic drug.
Yeah.
So you have bigger problems because there could be some other collateral consequences based on bad choices. So I think that's all we have to talk about at this time. If you'll please step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you.
Do I need to fix something? Is he still here?
He's still here.
How am I doing this? Because it wasn't on the form 4 either. Is Mr. Easterly still here?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. We need to call him back in. Mr. Easterly, there was an issue with how you were booked. So did we correct the other charge in ISIS or no?
So we're not able to add it, it's not on there, but it's on the screen. It's in the comments, along with form 4.
Okay, so Mr. Easterly, there was an additional charge that I was not able to advise you of because it just was brought to my attention. I did review the Form 4 statement regarding the additional charge of interfering with a police or a peace officer, which is a Class 3 misdemeanor. Do I need to re-sign this order? Because I'm not. Okay, so the remaining balance of what I advised you earlier remains the same. I just needed to advise you of that additional charge.
Can I ask you something real quick since I'm brought back up? It's $15,000. Does that mean I need to post $1,500 plus collateral?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's it. You may be excused. All right. I just want to check to see if any of the defendants that were in Phoenix, are they here now, or do we just keep moving forward? I'm not sure if I need to.
Your Honor, the only two that I received from Phoenix is Ms. Hawkins and Mr. Garcia.
So I was told that Ms. Nelson was also with Phoenix, so I was told to. Okay, so I have Ms. Nelson, I have Mr. Garcia, and also Ms. Ali didn't come in when I called her.
Yes, Ali is still in.
Okay, so we're still waiting for those three individuals. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Only two.
Wait, I have three. You keep saying two, I have three.
I have two that I'm waiting for. I have Tanisha Hawkins.
I don't even have Tanisha Hawkins. So I will just tell you, so what I've been told, Mr. Garcia is still with Phoenix. Miracle Nelson is still with Phoenix. And Nafisa Ali is still with Phoenix.
All right, Garcia.
Okay. Mr. Garcia, will you please come to the podium?
Garcia? Garcia, right.
Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Molina Garcia, 33188.
You were here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, a class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. I found probable cause as to the possession of a narcotic drug and possession of drug paraphernalia. I did not find probable cause as to possession of a dangerous drug. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. Because you were on felony release at the time that these alleged offenses occurred, you are not eligible for bond today. So I did schedule an evidentiary hearing for you on June 13th at 1:30.
All right.
Do we have Miracle Nelson? Okay. Alrighty, and so Brad Lolly, I'm so sorry. Can you please come to the podium? And Mr. Day, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Yes, ma'am. Brad Lolly. First name's Brad. Last name's Lolly. L-A-L-L-Y. Date of birth is May 11th, 1976.
Thank you. You were here today because a warrant was issued when you failed to appear for a court date. An attorney was already appointed to represent you in this matter. You have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30. You have a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. The warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If you are able to post bond, you do need to appear for your court dates. Failure to do so would result in a forfeiture of any bond that you post. Another warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. This completes my advisement to you. Do you have a question for me?
I just want to state the reason why I had the warrant. What happened was when me and my girlfriend, my fiance, we got arrested the same day. We have 2 dogs. I had to put one down, my old one, and I had another one. We have another one. It's mine, and she's on probation right now. We can't see each other, but she has the other dog out in the outs right now, and I got arrested last night, and we can't be with each other. So she's not supposed to have the dog because she's on probation, starting probation.
Okay.
So I don't know how I can do this.
What you're saying to me?
But I don't know. Am I getting released or am I staying in?
You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. That's what the warrant has on it.
Okay. So I'm not getting released because I can't bond out. I have no money. I'm stressed.
I'm sorry, that's what the order is from the judge who issued it.
June 12th? You said the next one's June 12th?
Nope. Yep. First one is June 12th. The second one is June 16th.
Okay. All right.
Is Mr. Day present?
Mr. Day is in a holding cell.
Okay. Okay, I just moved him down to, so he's a house call?
House call, yes.
Okay, so Mr. Valencia. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Jose Valencia, 42879.
You are here today because a warrant issued when you failed to appear for a court date. An attorney was already appointed to represent you in this matter. You have a status conference hearing on June 13th at 8:30. The warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If you are able to post bond, you need to appear for your court date. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant will issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything I needed to advise you of this evening.
All right.
If you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Okay.
Mr. Teco Mariam, if you will please come to the podium. Sir, will you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Abraham Teco Mariam, 41675.
You are here today because a warrant issued when you failed to appear for a court date. An attorney was already appointed to represent you in this matter. You have a non-witness violation possible disposition hearing on June 13th at 8:30. Your warrant has a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $50. If you are able to post bond, you do need to appear for your court date. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of today. If you have no questions for me, if you will step to your left, officer.
I have questions. Tomorrow, my only daughter is getting married, and the lawyer is the one that made a mistake when she left a message. She said 22nd is your court date. So I called her. I went to the 22nd and it was 21st. So I called her and let her know the voicemail she left. So she said it was my mistake, my honest mistake. So she said I will squash the warrant. So she said she was going to file a motion to squash the warrant.
She did file it. I'm going to read it right now if you'll just give me a moment.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and have you have a seat inside because I do need to do some additional research. I'll call you back when I'm ready.
Okay.
Mr. Barnhill, if you'll please come to the podium. And Mr. Vallejo, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Yes, Travis Barnhill, 3282.
You were here today on two matters. You have one new case, and then you have a probation violation warrant. On your new case, you were charged with one count of possession of a narcotic drug, a class 4 felony. I did find probable cause as to that offense, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. As to your probation violation warrant, I appointed an attorney to represent you in that matter. You have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 13th at 8:30. That warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. Your total bond between the two cases is $600 secured appearance bond. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot possess any weapons. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. Warrants will issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, so please step to your left. The officer will give you your paperwork. Do we have another person back from Phoenix?
Yes, Ali.
Ms. Ali, will you please come to the podium? Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Nafisa Ali, June 6, 99.
You were here today because 3 warrants were issued when you failed to appear for your court date. I did appoint, attorneys were already appointed to represent you in all 3 matters. You have a status conference on all 3 matters on a status conference for 2 of the matters, and then a disposition hearing on the 3rd on June 16th at 8:30. One of your warrants has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. The other 2 One of your warrants has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. The other 2 have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. So your total secured appearance bond is $700. If you are able to post bond, you do need to appear for all of your court dates. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. Warrants will issue for your arrest and additional bonds would be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, if you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Vallejo, if you'll please come to the podium.
Your Honor, Mr. Vallejo was the one that was removed from court.
Mr. Vallejo is in Phoenix?
No, he's the one that was removed.
Oh, so we have to, okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, so has Ms. Nelson returned?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Graham, will you please come to the podium? I know you mentioned that Ms. Hawkins may be at Phoenix as well.
No, she's here.
Okay. Ms. Hawkins, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Dewan Graham, 11103.
You are here today because a direct complaint was filed where you were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, 1 count of threatening or intimidating with injury or property damage, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. The date of these alleged offenses is May 7th of 2024. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on June 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 24th at 8:30. I am going to release you to pretrial services. You do have to promise to appear for those court dates. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond will be imposed. Do you understand?
Thank you so much.
All right. If you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Ms. Hawkins, will you please come to the podium, and Mr. Lightholder, will you please come to the podium? Hello, ma'am. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Tanisha C. Hawkins, October 16, 2001, Your Honor.
You are here today because a direct complaint was filed where you were charged with 1 count of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of false reporting to law enforcement, a Class 1 misdemeanor. The date of these alleged offenses is June 23rd of 2024. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a status conference hearing on June 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 24th at 8:30. I am inclined to, excuse me, I am inclined to release you to pretrial services, but you do have to promise to appear for your court dates. Do you promise to appear for your court dates?
I promise.
Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest, and a bond will be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that takes care of everything that I have to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Lightholder, will you please come to the podium, and Mr. Russi, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Corey Lightholder, 7/18/84.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of assault with intent to injure, a class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have an arraignment hearing on June 24th at 9 o'clock. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes.
You have the following release conditions. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim. You cannot possess any weapons. If there are any orders of protection or orders against harassment that have been issued, you must comply with those orders. You cannot reside at the same location as the alleged victim. You are permitted, when civil standby with local law enforcement, to assist you in retrieving your essential belongings. You are cautioned that if you violate the no victim contact order in this matter, you could be charged with aggravated harassment, which is a class 6 felony.
Okay, concerning the scene of the crime, it's my RV is on the property of the home. However, I don't live in the home and I don't have any property in the home, but I do live on the premise.
I just know that you cannot have any contact with the alleged victim and you cannot reside in the same dwelling.
Okay.
Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court date would result in a warrant issuing for your arrest, and a bond would be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, so if you have no other questions, if you will step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Russi, will you please come to the podium, and Ms. Peterson, will you please have a seat in the chair? Hello, sir. Can you please state your first, last name, and your date of birth?
Hello, Your Honor. My name is Brandon Russi, and my date of birth is March 25th, 2003.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of assault with an intent to injure, a class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of disorderly conduct involving fighting, a class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to both counts. Due to the nature of the offenses, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You do have an arraignment hearing on June 25th at 1 p.m. I am going to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
You have the following release conditions. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim. You cannot possess any weapons. If there are any orders of protection or orders against harassment, you must comply with those orders. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court date would result in a warrant issuing for your arrest, and a bond would be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, if you will please step to your left.
Would those suspected victims only be a one Wayne Allen, or would it also be a Evelyn London as well? Is there 2 of them, or is it just Wayne?
There's 1 alleged victim, and you know the circumstances right here.
I just wanted to confirm that.
Okay, that's it.
Awesome.
Ms. Peterson, will you please come to the podium, and Mr. Simental, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, can you please state your first, last name, and your date of birth?
Melissa Peterson, 2286.
You are here today because a warrant was issued when you, out of Arrowhead Justice Court. Due to the nature of the offense, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You do have an arraignment hearing on June 24th at 2 p.m. I am going to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Failure to appear for your court date will result in a bond being imposed, and you will have a bond. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So,
I handled one warrant already. I just want to make sure that's not the one I already
I
did.
don't have any other information.
Oh, okay.
So this is the only one that's before me right now.
Okay. So thank you.
So I'm releasing you on your own recognizance. You need to make sure you show up to your court date on June 24th at 2 p.m.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Joel Cimental.
And your date of birth?
9/16/87.
Thank you.
Sorry.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. I did not find probable cause as to the possession of the dangerous drug, but I did find probable cause as to possession of drug paraphernalia. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on June 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 24th at 8:30. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear for your court date?
Promise.
Failure to comply with your release conditions, which include that you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, or failing to appear for your court dates will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond would be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of. If you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Do we have Ms. Nelson back yet?
Yes. Ms. Miracle. Miracle?
Miracle Nelson? Okay, thank you. Hello, can you state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Miracle Nelson, 2002.
You are here today because you have 2 warrants, probation violation warrants. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in both matters. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 13th at 8:30. One of your warrants has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. The other has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. Your total secured appearance bond is $1,100. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure you appear for your court date. Failure to appear for your court date would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. Warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, please step to your left. The officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Did you repeat? Can you refer to this order from Mr. Okay. Mr. Mariam, will you please come back into the courtroom? Sir, I did have an opportunity to review the docket in this matter. I am going to release you. Oh, shoot, I can't. I have to change this. No, I got to change it. I can't release him to pretrial services. It's a probation case. So I have to release him OR. All right. So I am going to release you on your own recognizance. your court date is still going to be on June 13th at 8:30. Please understand that if you don't appear for that, you won't get any other chances.
True.
A warrant will issue for your arrest, and a bond will be imposed. I did include the note to the judge, so the judge will know why I released you based on the information that was reflected in the motion that was filed by your attorney.
Thank you.
You can go ahead and have a seat. We're going to bring the order to you in just a moment.
Thank you.
Moses, do you know we have to clear? We're clear? Okay, Ms. Galat, if you'll please come into the courtroom. So, ma'am, will you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Valerie Galat, 6/15/1985.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 2 counts of disorderly conduct involving fighting, class 1 misdemeanors. I did find probable causes to both counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have an arraignment hearing on June 26th at 9 a.m. I am going to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
I promise.
You have the following release conditions. You cannot possess any weapons, and I am not sure, based on the information that I reviewed, whether or not DCS is involved. So if DCS is involved, you must comply with all directives of DCS, and you may have contact with your children only with advance written approval of DCS. If your children have been removed from the home by DCS, then you can return and reside at the scene of the alleged offenses. So I don't know what's going on.
So it was my 17-year-old that...
You don't talk to me about the case. I already know.
But if he left, I can go home, right?
I don't know if DCS is involved, ma'am, so it's not going to be that simple because you also had a 6-year-old in the home.
Yeah.
So, and those are the 2 alleged victims. So I don't know what's going on with that, so that's why I issued the order the way that I did. In case DCS is involved, then you need to comply with the orders as far as contact.
So they both are on there? Both kids?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that because the other one was sleeping and then he left the house, so I wasn't sure why. Well, that's fine.
You have an attorney, and your attorney will advise you as to why you were charged the way that you were charged. Just make sure that you show up to court on June 26th at 9 a.m. and comply with all the release conditions. Failure to do so would result in a warrant issuing for your arrest, and a bond will be imposed. So this takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of. If you will step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you.
Robert Gentile, date of birth September 28th, 1992, is not physically present in court due to concerns that he may be a danger to others. He is here on a new case where he was charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault, a class 5 felony, and 1 count of criminal damage, a class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent him. He has a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary witness hearing on June 16th at 8:30. He has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. He cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, he cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victims, and he cannot possess any weapons. He will be advised that if he fails to comply with release conditions or appear for his court date, that any bond that he posts would be forfeited, a warrant would issue for his arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. Ms. Sherlinsky Ford, date of birth April 23rd, 1978, is here on a new case. She is not physically present in court due to concerns that she is a danger to others. She was charged with 1 count of criminal trespass in the first degree, a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause. I did appoint an attorney to represent her. She has a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. She has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,500. She cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. She cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim. She will be advised that if she fails to comply with release conditions or appear for her court dates, any bond that she posts will be forfeited. Warrants would issue for her arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. Ms. Teresa Gaxiola, date of birth, October 15th, 1981, is here on a warrant for failing to appear. She is not physically present in court today due to her fear of being around others. An attorney was already appointed to represent her in this matter. She has a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. She has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. She will be advised that if she fails to appear for her court dates, any bond that she posts will be forfeited. A warrant will issue for her arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. Kristen Kurzinger, I have her at the house call, but I don't know why.
Christian was not able to function due to population.
Kristen Kurzinger, date of birth, November 23rd, 1984, is not physically present in court due to her inability to function. She is here on a child support warrant. She has a return hearing on June 10th at 10 o'clock, and she has a purge amount in the amount of $300. I will meet with Ms. Kurzinger and advise her that if she is not able to post bond, she will be in custody until her return hearing. Mr. Day? Okay, Mr. Jose Vallejo, date of birth, January 30th, 1993, is not physically present in court due to combative behavior. He is here on a warrant out of Agua Fria Justice Court, and then he has 2 probation violation warrants. On the 2 probation violation warrants, I did appoint an attorney to represent him. He has a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 13th at 8:30. He has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250 per warrant. Then on his Justice Court warrant, I did appoint an attorney to represent him in that matter. He has an arraignment hearing on June 11th at 8:30. He has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. His total secured appearance bond between the 3 cases is $550. I will meet with Mr. Vallejo. He will be advised that if he fails to comply with release conditions or appear for his court dates, that any bond that he posts will be forfeited and a warrant will issue for his arrest. Do we know why Mr. Day was not available?
Day is not available due to disruptive ID.
Thank you. Daniel Day, date of birth, August 27th, 1988. He is not present in court physically due to disruptive behaviors. He is here on a probation violation warrant. I did appoint an attorney to represent him. He will have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 13th at 8:30. He has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. He will be advised that if he posts bond and he fails to appear for his court date, I'm so sorry. He has 3 matters. He has 2 probation violation warrants and 1 new case. On the 2 probation violation matters, he had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. One was for $250, one was for $500. And then on his new case, he was charged with 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, a class 4 felony. I did find probable cause as to that offense, and I did appoint an attorney to represent him in that matter. He has a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30, a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30, and a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. So between the 3 cases, he has a total secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,250. He will be advised that if he fails to comply with his release conditions or he fails to appear for his court date, any bond that he posts would be forfeited, a warrant would issue for his arrest, and additional bond would be imposed. I will meet with everyone. If any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. This concludes our 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar. We stand in recess until 8 p.m.
It was supposed to.
Yeah, but I thought I just amended it. Okay, okay, so we're good. So we just have to reprint it.
I reprinted it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Garcia, I'm so sorry for having to call you back into court today. When I reviewed this matter with you, there was only 2 disorderly conducts listed. It did come to the court's attention that there was actually a 3rd disorderly conduct, so there is a 2nd disorderly conduct, so there are 2 victims. I did go back and review the probable cause statement. I did find probable cause to support the additional disorderly conduct. With that being said, that now results in an attorney being appointed to you. You still have an arraignment hearing on June 25th at 1 o'clock. Your additional release conditions are that you cannot reside at the same location as the alleged victim. You cannot have any contact with the alleged victim. And if you violate the no victim contact order in this case, you could be charged with aggravated harassment, which is a Class 6 felony. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court date would result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond would be imposed.
Can I ask who the second victim?
You know who the second victim is.
So it's Wayne and then Evan. No, is it Wayne?
Sir, I'm going to tell you, with me, you know what the circumstances were. So if you want, then I can make a whole record of.
The only person I got into a physical altercation with that night.
You have 1 assault charge and 2 disorderly conduct charges. So you have, okay, so here we go. Here we go for you. According to the probable cause statement, for which I did find probable cause, there was the mother of your child. Then are you the boyfriend? So, but your girlfriend was the other person. There were 3 people involved: the girlfriend, the current boyfriend, and the ex-boyfriend. Now, do you remember who's all involved?
I would just like to know so I can stay away.
So you just need to stay away from everybody that was involved in that.
That's all I wanted to know.
Okay.
If it was Wayne and the kid, or if it was Wayne and the girlfriend. That's the only question I had.
It's the girlfriend.
Oh,
That's it. So we just have to give you have the new order? Okay.
so I have to go here and wait the title record. So everything.
Okay, so that,
So to remove the record.
okay, so what are we doing?
All rise.
Good evening, you may be seated.
Please report to non-session.
This is the time set for the 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar for June 6, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of fingerprints and DNA samples made on the 1st of this month will apply to all matters on this calendar. Some of you may have questions. I'm so sorry. I'm going to start over a little. None of my changes didn't save. I'm a little thrown off. I saved this up on edits, not. Oh. No, it is, but it's just not on your end. It's what I'm worried because I know it shows like no release on your side, right? Yeah. On my side, it's not showing that. So. Check it for those. Okay, let's see. Okay, I apologize for the delay. I'm going to be calling each of you up one by one to the podium where I will ask you for your first and last name and your date of birth. I will then tell you whether or not an attorney has been appointed to represent you, as well as your upcoming court dates. I will then advise you as to what your bond is if you are eligible for bond. And lastly, I will advise you of what your release conditions will be. Some of you may have questions while I'm providing this advisement to you. I would just ask that you hold your questions until I complete that advisement. In addition, your questions should only be related to release conditions and not about your case. Any questions regarding your case should be directed towards your attorney. The first person that I'm going to call to the podium is Kyle Nez. If you will please come to the podium, and Ms. Lewis, if you will please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Kyle Nez, date of birth 11/29/91.
You are here today for two matters. You have one new case, and then you have a probation violation. On your new case, you were charged with one count of aggravated assault with serious injury, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause as to that offense, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. The evidentiary hearing is missing. The evidentiary hearing is missing.
Okay.
It might be showing on your side. It's just on my side. Things are not looking right. Because I did see it.
What number is it?
It's number. So I did find probable cause. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $15,000. If you are able to post bond, you'll be released to pretrial services on electronic monitoring. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim. You cannot possess any weapons. If there are any orders of protection or orders against harassment, you must comply with those orders. You cannot reside at the same location as the alleged victim. You are permitted when civil standby with local law enforcement to assist you in collecting your essential belongings. You are also advised that if you violate the no victim contact order in this case, you could be charged with aggravated harassment, which is a Class 6 felony. As to your violation of probation, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in that matter. You have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 13th at 8:30, and you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. So between your two cases, you have a total secured appearance bond of $15,500. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates will result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest. An additional bond could be imposed. This completes everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, feel free to step to your left. The officer will give you your paperwork. Yep.
You said the evidentiary hearing, correct?
It was for the first one. So I'm actually going to call Mr. Jesus Cruz to the podium. Ms. Lewis, if you'll go ahead and have a seat. I called things out of order mistakenly. Mr. Billy Johnson, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, Mr. Cruz. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Jesus Gonzalez Cruz, July 4th, 2000.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with one count of aggravated DUI with driving with a license that was suspended for a previous DUI, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. Because you were on felony release at the time that this offense occurred, you are not eligible for bond today, so I scheduled an evidentiary hearing for you on June 13th at 1:30. This completes my advisement to you. If you have no questions for me regarding release conditions, if you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you.
No, you're good.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Cruz, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first, last name, and your date of birth?
Billy Johnson, 8/26/91.
Sir, you are here today because you have two grand jury warrants. On the first grand jury warrant, the grand jury charged you with one count of attempt to commit armed robbery, a Class 3 felony, alleged to have occurred on December 7th of 2022. On the second grand jury warrant, you were charged with one count of aggravated assault, two counts of aggravated assault, Class 3 felonies, alleged to have occurred on June 3rd of 2023. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in both matters. You will have an arraignment hearing on June 13th at 8:30 for both matters, and each of those grand jury warrants had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. I do note that you are in DOC custody. The bond will essentially act as a, my changes. I'm going to take a brief recess. Okay. My changes were not saved. I apologize for that delay. I wanted to correct the record. I understand that you were being held in Pinal County Jail.
Correct.
You will be held here until this matter is resolved, and then you'll return to Pinal County. So I don't believe that paying the security appearance bond will secure your release.
Correct.
I believe that so between the two cases, you have a total security appearance bond in the amount of $20,000. Essentially, it's working as a placeholder so that you can remain here, be transported for your hearings while you have open cases here. All right, so I believe that takes care of everything I needed to advise you of today. If you have no questions for me, if you will please step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Cruz, will you please come into the courtroom? And Ms. Lewis, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, Mr. Cruz, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Benito Cruz, 5199.
You are here today because you have one new case and 3 probation violations. I'm going to first talk to you about your new case. You were charged with 1 count of endangerment, a Class 6 felony, 1 count of assault with intent to injure, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 2 counts of disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all the counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. If you're able to post bond, you'll be released on electronic monitoring. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot have any contact with the alleged victim. You cannot possess any weapons. And you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. As to your 3 probation violation matters, I appointed an attorney to represent you in those matters as well. You will have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 13th at 8:30. 2 of those probation violations have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500, and the last one is $250. So your total secured appearance bond between the 3 cases is $11,250. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates would result in the forfeiture of any bonds that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond could be imposed. This completes my advisement to you. If you have no questions for me regarding release conditions, if you'll please step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork.
I have a question. Is there any way I could possibly get out on pretrial? I just moved into my house. I got 4 kids I'm trying to support. I just got a job. I got work tomorrow, and I missed work today. And I'm finally
Sir, why did you miss work today?
Because I got arrested.
Why did you get arrested?
Right, because of my actions, my responsibility.
Okay.
Yes,
so those are the consequences.
These are the consequences, but
so
I'm finally getting my life
anything.
together, and
I'm not changing the order.
I'm just wondering if I could get out so I can go to work.
You're currently on probation already.
Yeah, I know.
For 3 cases.
I know you could release me to my
probation.
But
I'm not going to.
You could, though. That's why I'm asking.
I'm not, though.
I was just asking. I don't know why you have an attitude about it.
Ms. Lewis, will you please come to the courtroom? Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Tatiana Lewis, 8795.
You were here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of aggravated domestic violence, a Class 5 felony, 2 counts of aggravated assault, a Class 6 felony, 1 count of disobeying or resisting an order or mandate of the court, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of preventing use of a telephone in an emergency, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to all of those counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30, and you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. If you are able to post bond, you'll be released on electronic monitoring. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim, and you cannot possess any weapons. You must obey the order of protection that has been issued, and if there is an order against harassment that is issued, you must comply with that order as well. You are also cautioned that if you violate the no victim contact order in this case, you could be charged with aggravated harassment, which is a Class 6 felony. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates would result in a forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest, and additional bond would be imposed. This completes my advisement to you. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork.
Yes, I have a question. Being that I'm already on unsupervised probation and I'm currently doing the domestic violence classes
You should probably stop talking right now. And I'm going to tell you why. You just said that you're currently on unsupervised probation for domestic violence, and you're taking domestic violence classes, correct?
Yes.
And then you've just been charged with multiple domestic violence counts.
But
So, talk to me what you're requesting or what you want me to consider for your release conditions without talking about your charges.
I'm sorry?
Ask me what you want to ask me for whatever you want to ask regarding release conditions without talking about your charges.
Okay.
This hearing is recorded, and so anything that you say here can be used against you, and you don't have an attorney present, and I've just appointed one for you.
Okay. I was just wondering if I could be released on pretrial services.
I'm not going to do that. Based on the seriousness of the offense, I am aware. I did review your criminal history. I am concerned about the safety of the community with you in it, particularly with the victim. There's an escalation, allegedly, and I am aware that there's an order of protection that's already in place, and allegedly I made a probable cause finding that you violated the order of protection. So I'm not going to do that today.
Okay.
All right, if you'll step to your left. Mr. Randall, will you please come to the podium, and Mr. Navarez, if you will please have a seat in the chair. Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Markel Randall, 6188.
Thank you. You were here today because you have a warrant that was issued when you failed to appear for a court date. An attorney was already appointed to represent you in that matter. You have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30. This warrant had a cash-only bond in the amount of $5,000. I am aware that you were seen earlier today on another matter, which you were held not bondable in that matter. So I just would like to advise you that you should not attempt to post this bond. It will not secure your release because you're being held not bondable in the other matter, okay? So that takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of today. If you have no questions for me, feel free to step to your left, officer. We'll give you your paperwork.
Yeah, I got a question. I think I've been charged with this charge already. I got the papers right here.
You have been charged, but you didn't show up to court, so a warrant was issued when you failed to appear.
No, I'm saying I came to court for this charge already today.
You were here on a new case. You were seen I believe you were seen at 11 o'clock this morning, and I believe that you were seen on a new charge, which,
I was seen at 2 o'clock.
Okay. You were seen on the 2 o'clock calendar. This is a separate, you had two failure to appear warrants. This is a different warrant because I can see the charges. So when you were seen at 2 o'clock today, you had a new case, you had a warrant for another case, and then when you were seen, it's a different charge and a different case number. So the case that you're here for now, it's the case number starts with a 2023. The case number that you were seen on earlier today at 2, that case number started with a 2021. Okay? All right, do you have any other questions? Mr. Navarez. Ms. Santana, will you please have a seat in the chair? Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Alexis Navarez, October 22nd, 2001.
You were here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of aggravated DUI, driving with a license that was suspended for a previous DUI, class 4 felony. I did find probable cause. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. If you're able to post bond, you'll be released to pretrial services where you are to participate in alcohol testing and monitoring. Failure to comply with your release conditions or appear for your court date would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, you'll please step to your left.
One question. Since you're appointing an attorney to me, if I choose to seek legal counsel elsewhere, how do I?
Your attorney, if you decide to hire one, your attorney will notify the court that they are representing you.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Ms. Santana, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Kraft, if you'll please have a seat in the chair.
Good evening.
Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Alicia Santana, date of birth 7/9/63.
You are here today because you were charged with 1 count of aggravated DUI, driving with a license that was suspended for previous DUI, class 4 felony, and 1 count of DUI involving liquor, drugs, vapors, or a combination, a class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to both counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. If you are able to post bond, you'll be released to pretrial services, where you will participate in alcohol testing and monitoring. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This completes my advisement to you. If you have no questions for me.
Yes, I don't know how to obtain a bond, and will that be the only way that I get out tonight? Or I honestly, I don't know anything.
They have information back there regarding different bail bondsman agencies, so that's who you would have to contact. And the only way that you will be released today is if you post bond.
And then if I can't post bond, I'm stuck here.
Then you will be here until, at a minimum, June 12th at 8:30.
Is there any way that I can?
No, ma'am. I've reviewed your criminal history. I know that you have the reason why you were charged with an aggravated DUI is that you were driving with a license that was suspended for DUI. I made a probable cause finding that, in the probable cause statement, the police officer indicated and noted that you're supposed to have an interlock device that you are not using.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, and so now you are back on another DUI, and allegedly there was a collision that occurred.
Right.
So, no, you're not being released without bond. I believe that you are a risk to the community. You continue to allegedly drive while under the influence of alcohol, and I think that you should feel fortunate that nobody was seriously hurt or killed.
But I was the one that got hit.
According to you.
No, according to I was going to make a left-hand turn.
So I think you should stop talking about the facts. I'm just giving you the reasons why I believe that you are not safe to be in the community.
Okay.
So if you will please step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork.
Am I going to have an attorney?
Pardon me?
I'm sorry. No, forget it. Thank you.
Mr. Kraft, if you will please come to the podium, and Mr. Gray Mountain, if you will please have a seat in the chair. Mr. Kraft, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Joshua Kraft.
And what is your date of birth?
5/10/85.
Can you speak up just a little bit louder? I can't really hear you.
5/10/85.
Thank you. You are here today because you have 2 warrants for probation violation. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in both matters. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 13th at 8:30. Each of those warrants had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. I am treating those bonds as placeholder bonds because I do know that you are in DOC custody at this time. This will allow you to continue to accrue credit for your time being served in DOC while you're being held on these matters. So the payment of your bond would not secure your release. You will remain here until your matter is complete, and then you'll be returned to DOC custody. Excuse me. So That takes care of everything that I have to advise you of today. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Thank you. Mr. Gray Mountain, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Carl, will you please have a seat in the chair? Oh, sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Dakota Gray Mountain, May 1st, 1993.
You are here today because you have a warrant out of Pima County Superior Court. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have an arraignment hearing on June 11th at 8:30. Your warrant had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. If you are able to post bond, it is important that you appear for your court date. Failure to appear for your court date would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. Another warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I have to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me regarding release, if you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
So is it possible if you could reduce that bond, because I do have...
I'm not able to reduce your bond because this is not within our court system. This is out of Pima County Superior Court. I have no access to the information to show me why the judge ordered what they ordered. So okay. I'm just affirming the information. I'm just here to tell you what that bond is that's in that warrant.
Okay.
Mr. Carl, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Campos, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Is Mr. Carl here? Mr. Carl, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Richard Harold Carl Jr., 8/14/88.
You are here today on a probation violation warrant. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 13th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,500. If you're able to post bond, you do need to make sure that you appear for your court date. Failure to do so would result in another warrant issuing for your arrest. Forfeiture of the bond that you did post, and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of today. If you don't have any questions for me, feel free to step to your left. The officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Campos, will you please come to the podium? And Mr. Casabaum, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Well, sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Christopher David Campos, 5985.
You are here today because a warrant was issued for your arrest when you failed to appear for a court date. An attorney was already appointed to represent you in this matter. You do have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. If you are able to post a bond, I believe you were seen earlier today on another matter. So I would caution you against attempting to post bonds because in the matter that you were seen on earlier today, you were being held not bondable. So if you do post bond in this case, it would not secure your release. You should wait until after you have your evidentiary hearing to try to do that. So I believe that takes care of everything I needed to advise you of today. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you.
Mr. Casabaum, if you'll please come to the podium, and Ms. Alford, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. So, sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Jason Casabaum, 6481.
Sir, you were here today on I believe you have 4 probation violation warrants, and then you have 1 new case. So I'm going to first talk to you about your new case. You were charged with 1 count of possession of a narcotic drug, a class 4 felony. I did find probable cause, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. As to your probation violation warrants, I did appoint an attorney to represent you in all 4 of those matters. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 13th at 8:30. 2 of those warrants had a secured one of those warrants had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. Another one had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,000. And then one had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. And the last one has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. So you have a total secured appearance bond of $4,050, I believe, between all of the cases. Yeah, $4,050 secured appearance bond. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure that you appear for your court dates and you comply with release conditions. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. Warrants will issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me,
No.
okay, if you'll step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Ms. Alford, if you'll please come to the podium, and Ms. Chavez, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Patricia Alford, 2974.
You are here today because you have 2 probation violation warrants. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in both matters. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 13th at 8:30. One of your warrants had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. The other had a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. Your total secured appearance bond is $1,750. If you're able to post bond, you do need to make sure you comply with release conditions and appear for your court date. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bond that was posted. Warrants will issue again, and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Ms. Chavez, if you will please come to the podium, and Mr. Snyder, if you will please have a seat in the chair. Hello, ma'am, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Elizabeth Chavez, 7/6 of the 87.
You are here today because a warrant was issued when you failed to appear for a court date. An attorney was already appointed to represent you in this matter. You have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. You have a cash-only bond in the amount of $500. If you're able to post bond, you must appear for your court dates. Failure to do so would result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and additional bond being imposed, and the bond that you did post would be forfeited. So I believe that takes care of everything I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
Thank you.
Mr. Snyder, if you'll please come to the podium, and Jocelyn Gordillo Lopez, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Stephen Snyder, 8/17/81.
You are here today because a warrant was issued when you failed to appear for a court date. An attorney was already appointed to represent you in this matter. You have a status conference hearing on June 16th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If you are able to post bond, you must appear for your court date. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you posted. A warrant would issue for your arrest again, and additional bond could be imposed.
Okay.
This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, you'll step to your left.
My card is in with my belongings. How can I access?
That, you'll have to talk to the officers about that. I don't have any answers regarding those processes. Ms. Gordillo Lopez, if you'll please come to the podium, and Mr. Gray, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Jocelyn Gordillo Lopez, June 11, 1997.
You are here today, a warrant was issued when you failed to appear for a court date. An attorney was already appointed to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. I do understand that you are being held in Eloy Detention Center. The payment of bond would not secure your release. You will remain here until this matter is resolved, and then you would return to the detention center. Carla, I do need to add some language into the order for this one. So that takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, if you'll have a seat, we're going to bring the order to you. Once I just needed to add some language to your order.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Carla, I've corrected it. Thank you. Mr. Gray, will you please come to the podium? Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Marshall Gray, 11/22/85.
You were here today because a warrant was issued when you failed to appear for a court date. An attorney was already appointed to represent you in this matter. You do have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. You do have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. I am aware that you are in DOC custody, so the $500 will just be a placeholder to allow for you to continue to accrue credit for your DOC time. So the payment of bond will not secure your release. You will remain in our custody until this matter is completed, and then you'll return to DOC custody.
Okay.
So that takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of today. If you have no questions for me.
Okay. No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Moore, will you please come to the podium, and Mr. German, or Mr. German, or Garriman? Garriman, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Lillian Moore. Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Lillian Martin, 5/4/2000.
You are here today because of a probation violation warrant. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You do have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 13th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. If you are able to post bond, you do need to make sure you appear for your court date. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant will issue for your arrest and additional bond would be imposed. This takes care of everything that I have to advise you of today. If you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
So I'm not being released? Thank you.
Mr. Gehrman, if you'll please come to the podium, and Ms. Kavoka, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Britt Matthew Gehrman, April 24th, 1967.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with one count of possession of a dangerous drug, a class 4 felony. I did find probable cause. I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If you are able to post bond, you must appear for your court dates. Failure to do so would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of this evening. If you have no questions for me, if you will please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. Ms. Kavoka, if you will please come to the podium, and Mr. Ramirez, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, ma'am. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Brianna Kavoka, 4/24/97.
You are here because a direct complaint was filed where you were charged with one count of robbery, a class 4 felony, alleged to have occurred on October 12th of 2022. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You have a status conference hearing on June 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 24th at 8:30. I am going to release you to pretrial services, but you do have to promise to appear for your court dates. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
If you fail to appear, you do also have the following release conditions. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, you cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victims, and you cannot possess any weapons. If you fail to comply with your release conditions or you fail to appear for your court dates, a warrant will issue for your arrest and a bond will be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes.
I do understand that you did provide information that you were planning on going into treatment on the 11th?
Yes.
So you need to contact, when you get your paperwork, you have information for an attorney, and you need to make sure that you contact them, because if you don't, I'm giving you a chance based on the information that I reviewed.
Yes. I have a question. So when do I have to get in contact with them? Like within 72 hours or like?
Well, your paperwork has today is Friday. Your paperwork will have the office that's been assigned to you. That office is not going to be open until Monday.
Okay.
But you do need to contact them to let them know where you are, because if you don't do that, and I'm making a record of me telling you this right now.
Yes.
So if you don't appear for your court date and a warrant is issued for your arrest, then a bond is going to be imposed. And there is a record that you were advised that you needed to contact your attorney because you have reported that you're going to be going into treatment on the 11th.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So just up to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Ramirez, will you please come into the courtroom? Mr. Burton, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
AJ Contreras Ramirez, August 4, 2004.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with one count of theft or control of stolen property, a class 6 felony, one count of carrying a deadly weapon under the age of 21, a class 1 misdemeanor, and one count of carrying a deadly weapon and failing to admit, a class 1 misdemeanor. I did not find probable cause as to theft or control of stolen property. I did find probable cause as to the remaining counts. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. You do have a status conference hearing on June 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 24th at 8:30. I am inclined to release you to pretrial services. You do have to promise to appear for your 2 court dates. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, ma'am.
Also, please be advised that just because I could not make a probable cause finding today does not mean that the issue could not be resolved by your next court date. So you really do need to appear for your court dates. Failure to comply with your release conditions or to appear for your court dates will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond will be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you have no questions for me, if you'll please step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork.
So I'm for sure being released, right?
You're being released to pretrial services without bond.
Okay.
Do you understand what that means?
A little bit.
If you don't understand what that means, tell me what it is that you don't understand.
Oh, no, I understand.
Okay.
So
Mr. Burton, if you will please come to the podium, and Ms. Horn, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Actually, Ms. Horn, I'm calling you out of order. Actually, Mr. Little, if you'll please have a seat in the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Lazarus Burton, 11/10/99.
You are here today on 2 matters. You have 1 new case and you have a warrant out of Ironwood Justice Court. On the new case, you were charged with 1 count of unlawful flight from law enforcement, a Class 5 felony, and 1 count of driving with a license that is suspended, revoked, or canceled, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause as to the driving with a license that is suspended, revoked, or canceled, but I did not find probable cause as to the unlawful flight from law enforcement. I did appoint an attorney to represent you in this matter. You have a status conference hearing on June 20th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 24th at 8:30. I am inclined to release you to pretrial services, but you do have to promise to appear for your court dates. You promise to appear?
Yes, Your Honor.
Also, please be advised that just because I was not able to find probable cause today as to the unlawful flight, that does not mean that the state cannot submit additional information to cure that issue. So that doesn't mean that you can't still be charged with that. You have the following release conditions. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. Failure to comply with your release conditions or appear for your court date would result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond will be imposed. As to your warrant out of Ironwood Justice Court, due to the nature of the charge, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You do have an arraignment hearing on June 24th at 9 a.m., and I'm inclined to release you on your own recognizance. Do you promise to appear for your court date?
Yes, Your Honor.
Failure to appear for your court dates or comply with your release conditions will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond will be imposed. That takes care of everything that I needed to advise you of today.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you say you appointed me an attorney?
I did appoint an attorney to represent you in the first case.
Thank you.
Mr. Little, will you please come to the podium? Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
My name is Tyler Little, 05/29/1988.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of criminal trespass, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause to that offense. Due to the nature of the charge, you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You do have an arraignment hearing on June 24th at 9 a.m. I am inclined to release you on your own recognizance. You do have to promise to appear for your court date. Do you promise to appear?
Yes, Your Honor.
The failure to appear for your court date will result in a warrant issuing for your arrest and a bond will likely be imposed. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, that takes care of everything that I need to advise you of today. If you have no questions for me, if you will step to your left, the officer will give you your paperwork. We have to start clearing. We have to start clearing.
Can I get a PST?
And I have to fix this order because this isn't right either. Okay. I need you to reprint that one. For Ms. Horn, we have to reprint the order.
Oh, for Warren? Okay.
Are we clear? Are we clear? Okay. Ms. Horn, will you please come to the podium? Ms. Horn, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Leticia Horn, May 30th, 1994.
You are here today on a new case. You were charged with 2 counts of child abuse, class 4 felony. I did find probable cause as to those counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. If you are able to post bond, you cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime, and you cannot initiate any contact with the alleged victim. I do have the special condition that you must comply with all directives from the Arizona Department of Child Safety, and you may have contact with your children upon advance written approval of DCS or a family court order. If failure to comply with these release conditions or to appear for your court dates would result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post, a warrant would issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This completes my advisement to you. If you have no questions for me.
Other than will you take my bond away so I can leave today?
I'm not going to do that.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
So if you'll step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Sloan?
Hello.
Hello, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Daniel Alex Sloan Jr., 12376.
You were here today on a new case. You were charged with 1 count of sexual assault, a class 2 felony, and 1 count of sexual abuse, a class 5 felony. I did find probable cause as to both counts, and I did appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a status conference hearing on June 12th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 16th at 8:30. You have a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $100,000. If you are able to post bond, you'll be released to pretrial services on electronic monitoring. You cannot return to the scene of the alleged crime. You can't have any contact with minors. You cannot possess any weapons. If there are any orders of protection or orders against harassment that have been issued, you must comply with those orders. You cannot reside at the same location as the alleged victim. You are permitted, once civil standby with local law enforcement, to help you collect your essential belongings. If you violate the no contact order in this case, you could be charged with aggravated harassment, which is a class 6 felony. Failure to comply with your release conditions or appear for your court date will result in the forfeiture of any bond that you post. A warrant will issue for your arrest and additional bond could be imposed. This takes care of everything that I have to advise you of this evening.
Did you say 150?
I said $100,000 cash.
$100,000 cash?
Yes.
Wow.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, if you'll step to your left, officer will give you your paperwork. Mr. Lamarico James, if you will please come into the courtroom. James, if you will please come into the courtroom. Sir, can you please state your first and last name and your date of birth?
Lamarcio James, 4/1 of 90.
You are here today as a fugitive of justice. There is a warrant out of Milwaukee. As a fugitive of justice, you have the right to an extradition hearing. You are entitled to bond. You can hire an attorney at your own expense. One will not be appointed to you because this is not a criminal matter. An extradition requires a warrant to be signed by both the governor here in Arizona and the governor in Wisconsin. That process can take between 60 and 90 days. You also have the right to waive an extradition hearing. If you choose to do that, you would not be entitled to bond. Wisconsin would have 30 days from tomorrow to come pick you up. Were you given the information regarding extradition? Did you have an opportunity to review that?
Yes, I did. It's on the thing.
Okay, so do you know how you would like to proceed today?
Yeah, after one question. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're gonna come get me. But if they don't, do we just keep going through this over and over and over until they decide to come?
So the warrant doesn't go away. They have 30 days from tomorrow to come pick you up. If they don't pick you up, you still have that open case. Probably another warrant would get issued.
Okay.
Due to the serious nature of the charges.
Okay, so I'm basically here until Wisconsin come and get me.
Yes, I mean, either way. So you can, if you decide to waive, Wisconsin has 30 days.
Either way, right?
So, pardon me?
It's the same result either way, right?
Either way, you have to go back to Wisconsin.
I know. So, yeah, I'll just waive it.
Okay, so...
I mean, I'm not disputing of going back to Wisconsin, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and ask you some questions to make sure that you have a complete understanding, okay?
Okay.
So I am confirming that you did review the information regarding extradition.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that you do not have to sign the paperwork to waive extradition?
Yes, ma'am.
You do understand that you have the right to an extradition hearing?
Yes, I do.
You do understand that you have the right to hire a lawyer at your own expense?
Yes, I do.
Do you understand that you have the right to demand that the governor's warrant be signed by both the governor here in Arizona and the governor in Wisconsin?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that that you have the right to bail?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to give up those rights and sign the paperwork?
Yes, I want to waive it. Yes.
Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to sign the paperwork?
No, not at all.
Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication within the last 24 hours?
No, not at all.
I find that you have knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily are signing a waiver, and I am also signing it. I am directing the Sheriff's Office to notify Wisconsin that you are ready to return. The requesting state will have 30 days from tomorrow to come pick you up unless you have any local charges pending. If you have any local charges pending, the 30 days will not start until the conclusion of that case. Do you have any other questions?
No, I do not, ma'am.
Will you please step forward? There's some paperwork that you will need to sign. Yep. I know at least that much this evening. Wait, did we give him his paperwork yet? Yeah, we have paperwork for you.
Okay.
Good again? Katrina Garcia, date of birth, December 27th, 1995, is here on a probation violation warrant. She's not physically present in court this evening because of concerns that she is a danger to others. I did appoint an attorney to represent her in this matter. She does have a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on June 13th at 8:30. She has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. She will be advised that if she's able to post bond, she must appear for her court date, and that if she fails to appear, any bond that she posts will be forfeited. A warrant would issue for her arrest, and an additional bond could be imposed. I will meet with Ms. Garcia. If any changes are needed, I will do so either on the record or in writing. This concludes the 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar. We stand in recess until 11 p.m. We are back on the record for the 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar for June 6, 2025. The court has recalled Mr. Lamarico James. The court confirms that Mr. James did waive his rights to an extradition matter. However, Mr. James was given the wrong release order to sign, so we are back on the record so that he may sign the correct order. So if you want to step forward. Okay. This concludes the 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar. We stand in recess until 11 p.m.
Thank you. Anything else? No, you're really fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Chair.
Hello, everyone. This is the 11 p.m. initial appearance calendar for June 6, 2025. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. As stated on the tapes, we're going to be starting any moment. One person will be coming to the podium, and then the next person I'm calling is going to be going to the chair at the door. I'm going to be telling you what you're here for, what your next court date is, and whether I'm going to be giving you an attorney, and what your release conditions will be, if you are getting any release conditions. If you have release conditions, they will be written release conditions. You are going to be responsible for all of your written release conditions. I will only be stating some of them in front of you. However, you are responsible for all of your written release conditions. So be sure to save your paperwork. Be sure to read them, okay? You're responsible for all of your written release conditions. Do you understand? Okay, well, we will discuss it when you're in front of me. Okay, so first person is Paul Frazier. Please come to the podium. Matthew Karst, please go to the chair. Hello, sir. Please go to the podium. Thank you. Can you please state your full name?
Paul David Frazier,
Thank you, and your date of birth?
4/11/1971.
Thank you. You are being charged with one count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument as a Class 3 felony, and one count of possessing or using a drug paraphernalia as a Class 6 felony. I did not find probable cause for the drug paraphernalia charge, but that doesn't mean that the charge is dismissed. It just means I did not find probable cause at this time period. Now, I am going to be appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on June 12th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on June 16th at 8:30 a.m. I'm going to be setting a secured appearance bond in this case in the amount of $100,000. If you do make bond, then you are to be released on pretrial services with electronic monitoring to be put on you before you are released from jail, and then curfew to be determined by the pretrial services officer. Okay? You are not to have any contact with the alleged victims, and not to have any contact with the alleged victims. Okay, if you go to your left, you'll get your paperwork. Matthew Karst, please come to the podium. Angel Aranda, please go to the chair. Thank you. Yes, please go to the podium. And thank you. Can you please state your full name?
Matthew Karst.
Your middle name is James?
Yes, it is.
Your date of birth?
June 3rd, 1992.
Thank you. You are being charged with one count of aggravated harassment, violating order of, aggravated harassment violating order protection, Class 6 felony. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on June 12th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on June 16th at 8:30 a.m. I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. You are not to initiate contact with the alleged victims. You're actually not to have any contact with the alleged victim. You need to follow the order of protection, which states not to have any sort of contact whatsoever. Okay? If you just go to your left, you'll get that paperwork. Make sure that you contact your, just make sure you keep showing up for court. Angel Aranda, please go to the chair. Please go to the podium. And Alexander Bonda, please go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your name?
Angel Aranda.
Thank you. Your date of birth?
March 2nd, 1997.
Thank you. You have a warrant for failing to show up for a status conference. Well, actually, disposition hearing. And so in your underlying disposition hearing, you have existing counsel. You have a disposition hearing set on June 13th at 8:30 a.m. It is a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $5,000.
How much?
5,000. Okay, if you just go to your left, you'll get that paperwork. Alexander Banda, please come to the chair. Please come to the podium. And Luis Baxter, please go to the chair. Got to make sure where people are going. So yes, I need you here at the podium right now. Thank you very much. Can you please state your name?
Alexander J. Banda.
Okay, and I believe the middle name is for Jovel?
Jovel.
And your date of birth?
04/15/97.
Thank you. I have 4 cases before me today, and they all have the same name and date of birth. We have 1 new case, so that's what I'm going to start off with first. That's number 4 on the docket. You have being charged with 1 count of possessing or using a dangerous drug as a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a Class 4 felony, 1 count of resisting arrest, risking physical injury as a Class 6 felony, 1 count of disorderly conduct involving fighting as a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for these charges. Your financial profile showed that you were not eligible to be appointed counsel, although it appears that you have existing counsel in your other cases. And now, does it seem like do you have probation? Do you have public defenders on your other cases? Or
I think I did, but I was going to ask you, Your Honor, if it'd be possible to try to get release conditions on it, because I got a job I have to go to, like at work.
Okay, well, right now I'm dealing with your. I've already decided what your release conditions are going to be. I've got a $3,000 security appearance bond in this case. What are you? But what are you planning on? Are you going to be able to hire your own counsel? At this moment, on the new case, I'm not going to be appointing counsel. If you find that you can't hire counsel, then you can apply to get counsel appointed at your next court date. I'm not going to appoint counsel at this moment. When I looked at your financial statement, it appears that you should be able to hire counsel. So on your warrant, it appears that you have existing counsel. And so I'm not going to, there's no need for me to appoint counsel on those as well. But you have probation, revocation, arraignment hearings in those cases, all 3 of those cases, on June 13th at 8:30 a.m. And I'm setting a security appearance bond in each of those just in the amount of $100. Okay, so you have $3,300 as a security appearance bond for all of them.
Okay.
Okay. And when you do get out, be sure to contact your probation officer within 72 hours.
Okay.
And of course, since you're on probation, you cannot possess any weapons.
Okay.
So you just go to your left to get to that paperwork. Luis Baxter, please come to the podium. Halib Siam, please go to the chair. Oh, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Could you please state your full name?
Louis Baxter.
Okay, and your middle name?
Divine.
All right, and your date of birth?
June 18, 1991.
Okay, and I have that same name and date of birth on 3 cases before me, number 8, 9, and 10. So I will just go with number 8, which is a warrant for violating your probation. Number 10 is the same. Number 8, as I stated, is a warrant for violating your probation. We've already gone over your name and date of birth. I am appointing counsel to represent you, although it does appear that you have existing counsel. You have probation revocation hearings set on June 13th at 8:30 a.m. and a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. On the number 9 on the docket, again, warrant for violating your probation. I'm reaffirming counsel. Same probation revocation hearings set on the same date and time, June 13th at 8:30, but your secured appearance bond in that case is for $150. On your other case, number 10 on the docket, it is a warrant out of Peoria Municipal Court, and I cannot appoint counsel out of another court at another jurisdiction. So if you're still in custody, they can appoint counsel for you in that court. You have an arraignment set in that court on June 10th at 9 a.m. You have a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $250. Okay, so if you go to your left, you'll get that paperwork. Halib Siam, please go to the podium. Aurelia Landeros, please go to the chair. Hello, sir. Could you please state your full name?
Haila Musesium.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat that?
Haila Musesium.
Okay, and your date of birth?
May 20, 1995.
I'm sorry, is that 5/20 or 9/20?
May 20.
May 20, okay.
1995.
And that's what I have here. I just didn't hear that. Okay, and you have a warrant for violating your probation. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have probation revocation hearings set on June 13th at 8:30 a.m., and I am affirming the bond in the amount of $500. Okay, if you get released, be sure to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Okay, so just go to your left and get that paperwork. Aurelia Landeros, please go to the podium. Trent Hart, please go to the chair. Hello, can you please state your full name?
Aurelia Sanchez Reese. Aurelia Landeros Sanchez, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I have, and so Aurelia Reese Landeros, is that what you're also known as?
Yeah.
Okay, and your date of birth?
3/24/74.
All right, and you are being charged with one count of possessing or using dangerous drugs as a Class 4 felony, and one count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a Class 6 felony. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on June 20th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on June 24th at 8:30 a.m. I'm going to be releasing you on pretrial services. So that means that you're going to have an envelope. You need to make sure that, I don't know if you've heard this before, but yes, you need to make sure that you contact them and that they're going to be making sure that you need to contact them, make sure that they're going to supervise you to make sure that you show up for court.
Okay.
But also, no matter whether or not they've had contact with you, or I want you to call them to make sure you have contact. But main thing is show up for court. Okay? As long as you show up for court, you should be okay. So just show up for court. All right? And don't lose your paperwork.
I won't.
All right? Good luck.
Thank you.
Trent Hart, please go to the podium. Eduardo Baca, please go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your full name?
Trent Ryan's Hart.
Thank you. Your date of birth?
4907.
Thank you. And you are being charged with one count of aggravated assault as a Class 6 felony. I'm appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on June 12th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on June 16th at 8:30 a.m. And I'm setting a secured appearance bond in your case in the amount of $5,000. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victim or have any contact with her at all. Okay?
All right.
Just go to your left and get that paperwork. Eduardo Baca, please come to the podium. David Newman, please go to the chair.
Okay.
Thank you. You have a new case out of Arrowhead Justice Court. It is for one count of disorderly conduct fighting as a misdemeanor and one count of criminal damage as a misdemeanor. If you to remain in custody, you'll be appointed counsel at the next court date. You have an arraignment set on June 11th at 8:30 a.m., and you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victims. You're not to have any physical contact with the alleged victim whatsoever. You may not reside in the same location as any alleged victim, nor go to the alleged victim's residence, even if you are an owner or renter of the residence. You must find an alternate residence, and you must provide proof of the new address at your court at the next court date. You are allowed one civil standby with a law enforcement officer in order to collect your belongings. And so that will be on your order, and you can take that to the police station to be able to do the civil standby. Okay? So if you go to your left, you'll get that paperwork. David Newman, please go to the podium. And Eric Gunzenhauser, please go to the chair. Yes, David, could you please state your full name?
David Newman.
And middle name is Andrew?
Level 194.
I'm sorry, is your middle name Andrew first?
Yeah,
your full name.
Yeah, David Andrew Newman.
Okay, and then your date of birth?
Level 194.
Thank you. And you have a warrant for violating your probation. I am appointing counsel to represent you, or affirming counsel. You have a probation revocation hearing set on June 13th at 8:30 a.m., and I'm setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100.
How much?
100. Okay, if you go to your left, you'll get that paperwork. Eric Gunzenhauser, please go to the podium. Nicholas Hopkins, please go to the chair. Hello, can you please state your name?
Eric Justin Gunzenhauser.
Thank you, and I am so
It's
sorry
all
for
right.
completely messing it up. I think it's like my reading glasses are a little blurry. I'll blame it on that. Can I please also have your date of birth?
October 4th, 1985.
Thank you, and you have a warrant out of Surprise Municipal Court. It is for one count of criminal trespassing in the third degree as a Class 3 misdemeanor. If you remain in custody, you'd be appointed counsel at the next hearing. You have an arraignment set on June 10th at 1:30 p.m.
Okay.
You have secured appearance bond in that case in the amount of $300.
Okay.
Okay, if you go to your left, you'll get that.
That's all there is?
That is all I have here for you. At least that's what I have right now. That's it.
Okay. I missed a thing in Tempe, and I've been in court for that, so that doesn't show anything?
I don't have
probably
that.
shouldn't say anything else then, all right.
Sorry, it may come up. I have the 5 a.m. calendar as well.
So they're going to take me to Surprise then, if I'm going to be in?
Yes, you should, and I do know that Surprise, they're in custody in person, so you'd be get transported to Surprise.
June 10th.
And that's for June 10th, yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Nicholas Hopkins, please come to the podium. Carlos Nogales, please go to the chair. Hello, sir. I have 3 cases before me today for you. Could you please state your full name
Nicholas Gary Hopkins,
and your date of birth?
April 3rd, 1995.
Thank you, and I have all of them right here. And yes, they all have the same name and same date of birth. They're all warrants for violating probation. You have existing counsel on all of them is what it states. And I'm setting a bond in each of them for the amount of $100. Okay? If you get out, be sure to contact your probation officer within 72 hours.
Okay.
All right? If you just go to your left, you'll get your paperwork. Carlos Nogales, please come to the podium. Juan Gomez Martinez, please go to the chair. Thank you. Can you please state your full name?
Carlos Daniel Acevedo Nogales.
Okay, I think I need could you please say it again?
Carlos Acevedo Nogales.
All right. And I have Carlos Daniel Nogales?
Carlos Daniel Acevedo Nogales.
Okay, thank you. And I have 2 cases before me today. And your date of birth, please?
February 21st, 1986.
And that is what I have on both of them as well. Thank you. And they are both for warrants for violating your probation. They are number 1 and number 2 on the docket. On each of them, You have existing counsel. You have probation revocation hearings on each of them on June 13th at 8:30 a.m. On number 1, you have a security appearance bond in the amount of $1,000, and the same on the other case as well. So you have a bond in each case in the amount of $1,000. If you do make bond, be sure to contact your probation officer within 72 hours.
What's security bond? Is it secured or cash?
It's secured. So you can use a bonding company to be able to make bond, but it's $1,000 in each case. So it's $2,000 total.
I can't just pay cash?
You can make, you absolutely can pay cash. And then you can get, then if you pay cash, you'll get all your money back at the end of the case.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can definitely do that.
Okay.
All right? So if you just go to your left, you'll get your paperwork.
Thank you.
Oh, never mind. Okay. Let me take a look at this real quick. This one actually, this police holding the, just hanging around for a warrant.
And yes, just let me know when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. What?
Interpreter, it's going to be a minute. Can you hold for a few minutes?
Of course. No problem.
Oh, thank you. There's a warrant that I need to.
Okay.
Okay, yes, thank you so much for staying.
Yes, no problem.
Okay. Then, yes, could Juan Gomez please come to the podium?
Si se puede presentar aquí con nosotros Juan Gómez, por favor.
Okay, and he's come to the podium. Oh, great, I have this weird echo.
Okay, si se puede acercar al podio, por favor.
Come on, over there.
Now I have, okay. Well, first off, interpreter, could you please state your name and your badge number for the record?
Certainly. My name is Raul, ID 256770.
And thank you. Now, can you please state your name for the record?
Si nos
And now
podría,
I'm interpreting.
si nos podría decir su nombre. Si nos podría decir su nombre, por favor.
Juan Daniel Gámez Mariñez.
Was that Juan Daniel Gomez Martinez?
Mariñez? Yeah.
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. Juan Daniel Gámez Mariñez.
Okay.
Would you like me to spell the second last name for you?
Martinez.
Martinez instead? Okay.
Yeah.
I believe then they have the booking name wrong. I have,
Le quiero informar que... Go ahead.
the main thing is I have Juan Gomez. And that is your name, correct?
Okay, es posible.
Well, you are the same person that is on the picture that I have before me.
Bien, solo quiero confirmar usted la misma persona como en esta fotografía que le presento.
On each of these cases.
Esto sería en cada uno de estos casos.
And your date of birth?
898.
And I did hear you say 8898,
Yeah.
which is what is on the document for all three
Como
cases.
parece que en los documentos, para todos estos tres casos, su fecha de nacimiento sería el 8 de agosto 1998.
Going to, as I stated, I have three cases before me.
Como le he informado aquí enfrente de mí, tengo tres casos.
They're number 17, 18, and 19 on the docket.
Y estos serían los casos número 17, 18 y 19.
On number 17, you are being charged with one count of transporting and or selling dangerous drugs as a Class 2 felony.
Ok, entonces en el caso 17, aquí indica que usted es acusado de lo que sería un cargo de transporte, de distribución de drogas. Esto es conocido como un delito grave de clase 2.
2 counts of possessing dangerous drugs for sale as a Class 2 felony.
Ok, y también 2 cargos de posesión de drogas para vender. Esto también sería un delito grave clase 2.
1 count of possessing or using a weapon in a drug offense as a Class 4 felony.
Y sería un cargo de posesión de una arma mientras usted vendía droga. Esto es conocido como un delito grave clase 4.
And one count of possessing a weapon by prohibited person as a Class 4 felony.
Y un cargo en posesión de un arma por una persona prohibida. Esto es conocido como un delito grave clase 1.
I did find probable cause for these charges.
Y sí estoy encontrando aquí una causa probable para estos cargos.
I am appointing counsel to represent you.
También voy a apuntar a alguien que lo vaya a representar.
You have a status conference set on June 12th at 8:30 a.m.
Y usted ya tiene un estado que es programado para la fecha del 12 de junio. Eso sería a las 8 a.m.
And you have a preliminary hearing set on June 16th at 8:30 a.m.
Y usted tiene también una audiencia preliminar. Esto sería el 16 de junio, 8:30 a.m.
I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $75,000.
Y en este momento voy a dejar una fianza segura de $75,000.
If you make bond, you are to be supervised by pretrial servicing and to have electronic monitoring installed before you are released. Do you want me to finish, or you want to tell that part first?
Yes, please go ahead. No, go ahead.
And then curfew is to be determined by your pretrial services officer.
Muy bien, entonces si usted logra pagar la fianza, yo voy a pedir que haga un servicio de un prejuicio. Se instalará un monitor electrónico antes de que usted sea liberado y se determinará el toque de queda de parte de ese servicio de prejuicio.
Going to the next case. You have a warrant for failing to show up.
Bien, entonces en este momento vamos a hablar sobre el siguiente caso. Usted tiene una orden de detención por incomparecencia.
For probation revocation arraignment. I am affirming the public defender's office to represent you. You have probation revocation hearings set on June 13th at 8:30 a.m.
Muy bien, entonces estoy afirmando que la oficina de los defensores públicos van a hacer su representación y usted tendrá también esa audiencia. Eso sería el día 13 de junio a las 8:30 a.m.
And I'm setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500.
Y voy a dejar también una fianza segura. La cantidad sería $500.
On the last case before me, it is a warrant out of Goodyear Municipal Court.
Ok, entonces esto sería el último caso ante mí. Es una orden de salida. Esto sería ante el año tribunal municipal.
You are being charged in that court for one count of assault as a Class 1 misdemeanor.
One moment. Ok, entonces le quiero informar que usted tiene un cargo de asalto. Esto sería un cargo de clase tipo 1.
I'm sorry. You're still waiting on me? I'm sorry. I thought you were still. You needed a moment.
Oh, no, I was waiting on you. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Then. I cannot appoint counsel for you for a different jurisdiction.
Yo no podría apuntar. Go ahead.
If you remain in custody, you'll be appointed counsel at your next hearing.
Yo no podría apuntar a un representante. Si usted se permanece en custodia, ellos van a conseguir un representante en la próxima audiencia.
You have an arraignment set on June 11th at 8:30 a.m. at Goodyear Municipal Court.
Ok, entonces le quiero informar que usted tendría una audiencia. Esto sería el 11 de junio, 8:30 a.m. y sería en la Corte Municipal Goodyear.
I am affirming the bond in that court in the amount of $2,500 as a secured appearance bond.
Ok, entonces estoy afirmando que la fianza sería de $2,500 y eso sería una fianza segura.
Okay. Right. And that deals with all the cases I have before you.
Y esa sería toda la información sobre los casos que tengo ante usted.
Okay. If you go to your left, you'll get your paperwork.
Usted puede conseguir todos sus documentos aquí en el lado izquierdo.
And thank you very much.
Also, thank you for using our services. Have yourself a great weekend. Goodbye.
You too. Okay. Then, taking the cases that are set for the house calls, number 6 and 7, Duandra Perryman, he is a danger to himself, which is why he was not brought in. Number 11, 12, Waylon Thompson, and number 21 and 24, so therefore 25, 26. These people, they are unable to be brought over because they are a danger to others. Where's number 21? Oh, I guess 21 will be their house call. I'll do them obviously on the 5 o'clock. Okay, so going to number 24, Randall Wayne Sears, date of birth October 3rd, 1961. He has a warrant for failing to show up for a status conference. He has 1 count of possessing or using a dangerous drug as a Class 4 felony. He has existing counsel. He has a status conference set on June 12th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on June 16th at 8:30 a.m. I'm affirming his secured appearance bond in the amount of $500 in that case. On number 25 on the docket, his same name, date of birth, Randall Wayne Sears, date of birth October 3rd, 1961, failing to show up for court for a probation revocation hearing. Of arraignment hearing. So he has existing counsel. He has probation revocation hearings set on June 13th at 8:30 a.m. I am affirming the bond and secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. I may have just set it for $500. He has a new case in his same name, date of birth, new charges, 1 count of possessing or using narcotic drug as a Class 4 felony, 1 count of aggravated assault against a first responder as a Class 5 felony, 1 count of resisting arrest using passive resistance as a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for these charges. I am appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent him. He is on felony release because he had failed to show up in the other case for his status conference, so therefore I need to hold him without bond, and we did set him an evidentiary hearing. So he has a status conference set on June 12th at 8:30 a.m., and a preliminary hearing set on June 16th at 8:30 a.m., and an evidentiary hearing regarding the possible non-bondable on June 13th at 1:30 p.m. On Waylon Thompson, he has number 11 and number 12 on the docket. Point number 11, his full name is Waylon Pete Thompson, date of birth November 26, 1980. He has an out-of-county warrant out of Flagstaff Justice Court, underlying charge being 1 count of possessing or using a dangerous drug. If he remains in custody, he'll be appointed counsel at his next hearing. He has an arraignment set at Flagstaff Justice Court on June 11th at 8:30 a.m. He has a secured appearance bond, I was affirming, in the amount of $25,000. On number 12 on the docket, again, same name and date of birth, Waylon Pete Thompson, date of birth 11/26/1980, an out-of-county warrant out of Coconino County Superior Court. His charges are 1 count of armed robbery as a felony, 1 count of burglary in the first degree as a felony, 1 count of aggravated assault using a deadly weapon and dangerous instrument as a felony, and 1 count of theft to means of transportation as a felony. If he remains in custody, he'll be appointed counsel at his next hearing. He has an arraignment on June 11th at 8:30 a.m. in Coconino County Superior Court, and I'm affirming his bond in the amount of $25,000 as a secured appearance bond. I also included that just in case he does get released, that he is not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, not to initiate contact with the alleged victim or victims, not to have any physical contact with any alleged victim or complainant or witness. And on number 6, his name is DeAndre Perryman, and number 7 as well, is DeAndre Perryman with the date of birth of August 2nd, 1996, and they are for failing to show up for so he has a warrant for failing to show up for probation revocation arraignment hearings on number 6, and on number 7, it is also for probation revocation arraignment hearings. So, going back to number 6, DeAndre Perryman, date of birth August 2nd, 1996, a warrant for failing to show up for his hearings. He has existing counsel. His probation revocation hearings are set on June 13th at 8:30 a.m. and his secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. Number 7, same name and date of birth, failing to show up for court, and he has existing counsel. His probation revocation hearings are set on June 13th at 8:30 a.m. Secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If there are any changes to these cases that are set for me to go to do house calls, I will come back and put them on the record. Thank you very much. We are adjourned on the 11 o'clock calendar.